Hi, this is Joe. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Barevich, can you hear us?
Now I can. I lost you there for a second. I'm having both video and audio problems, and I'm in the office.
Okay, and
have we started?
yes, we have. If you if you don't mind, I've opened it up.
I'm fine.
It's all yours.
Oh, very good. Then in conformity with California Assembly Bill AB 361, which was recently codified into the Brown Act, we will be holding this meeting virtually, and members of the board will be appearing remotely. Members of the public wishing to call in and offer public comment may do so by calling area code 213-306-3065. Again, that number is 213-306-3065. When prompted, please enter code 249-7405-0267. Again, the code is 249-7405-0267. When called, please identify the item you are speaking on or whether you're speaking on general public comment. You will have 2 minutes per item for a total of 5 minutes for all items. If you are listening to the board meeting on the computer as well, we'd appreciate it if you turn it down when it's your turn to speak so that we do not get feedback. And lastly, if we have technical difficulties and lose a quorum, we may take a recess. At this point, I turn it over back to you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. I will now take roll. President McCLAIN-HILL.
Present.
Vice President Reyes.
Present.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS. Commissioner LEHRER.
Present.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
I just want to make you aware that I'm having some internet issues, so I am here, but I'll text you if I lose the internet, but I am present currently.
Thank you. Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS, are you there? 4 members present in a quorum.
Thank you. Good morning. Before we open the board meeting today, I wanted to say a few words about Hispanic Heritage Month and its importance, particularly to LADWP. My remarks will be followed by a brief presentation pulled together by our Department Communications office, and we have a special item that will be heard later, recognizing the formation of our internal affinity group. So, Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the history and countless contributions that Hispanics have made to the nation over the years. Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated from September 15th to October 15th to coincide with the Independence Day celebrations of several Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, Mexico, and Chile. It has special significance for us because the city of Los Angeles was itself founded on September 4th, 1781, by Spanish settlers of mixed heritage who journeyed more than 1,000 miles across the desert from present-day northern Mexico. Just like today, water was an important consideration for everyday life. The first settlers named their newly established farming community the town of Our Lady, the Queen of Angels of Porciúncula. Over time, this community would grow under the flags of Spain, Mexico, and eventually the United States to become the large metropolitan city we know and love today. The importance of Hispanic Heritage Month to LADWP is that our Hispanic employees have contributed to the development of the department in one shape or another since the beginning, whether it was zanjeros, the ditch tenders who maintained the city's nascent water system of distribution ditches, or as elected leaders. We owe our water rights to the practical vision and foresight of Jose Cristobal Aguilar, who served 3 terms as mayor of Los Angeles, as well as chief zanjero. in the late 1800s. Mayor Aguilar vetoed a proposal by the city council to sell off the city's water rights to raise money. Had he not vetoed it, LA would have lost control of its water rights, leading to serious problems in the future. Another important figure is Reynaldo Francisco de Vergea, who was the longest-serving LADWP commissioner in history, serving from March 1908 to July 1929. Through his leadership, diplomacy, and influence, peace was brought to a turbulent time in LA history, after the Los Angeles Aqueduct was dynamited by irate ranchers in the Owens Valley. Today's modern and diverse LADWP workforce is comprised of more than 11,000 employees. Of those, more than 35% identify as Hispanic. The largest representative of Hispanic employees is within the skilled craft, 46.2%, and service maintenance position, 53%. And just as the many who came before us began building the city, our employees today continue to bear the torch and build a stronger LA by proudly contributing every single day to the reliability and resilience of our city's water and power service. Our Hispanic employees and customers are appreciated as part of the extraordinary tapestry of cultures and heritage that make up modern-day LA. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. And with you, we all stand because somos LADWP. We are LADWP. With that, I'd like to have the presentation. Mr. Ramallo, are you prepared?
Yes, good morning, Madam President and Commissioners. While the presentation is brought up, I just wanted to mention this is a brief presentation of the activities that we engaged in together with the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer, Monique Earle's oversight. We're pleased to support the department's efforts. This has become a tradition in the department to recognize the Cultural Heritage Months, and we went about a series of events this month. The first was with actually Monique Earle hosting an interactive tour for employees, which is virtual, of the La Plaza de Cultura de Artes in downtown. This is a museum, celebrates the culture of Latinos and Hispanics in Southern California and internationally. Tomorrow, Anselmo Collins is hosting a panel discussion. We're doing this in partnership with the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers chapter at DWP. It'll be with remarks by Commissioner Mia and the GM and Ms. Earle. We're looking forward to this presentation. We've had wonderful participation from our employees in the hundreds for these virtual events that celebrate and share cultures with our various employees to learn more about a particular culture, in this case, Hispanic and Latino Americans. Next slide. We also placed a very nice ad in La Opinión, which ran, and in celebrating our recognition of the employees here at the department. And with that, I want to go ahead and just flip through, Steve, the social media slides that we did during the month, featuring our employees and various messages about them and from them about what Hispanic Heritage Month means to them. I'll go ahead and allow Steve to finish through those just briefly. And that concludes the presentation when we get to the end. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I indicated, we will have a presentation by LADWP, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, and their annual report later in the meeting. We can now move to general public comment.
Good morning, callers. Please state your full name and the agenda item number you will be speaking on. Please be mindful that you will have 2 minutes for comment. The first caller is Jeff McQuilkin.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair McCLAIN-HILL and Commission members. I'm Jeff McQuilkin, Executive Director at the Mono Lake Committee. We've had a chance to talk before. The committee is a nonprofit citizens group. I'm calling in today from Mono Lake here in the Eastern Sierra at the northern end of the Los Angeles Aqueduct, where I can happily report there is fresh snow on the ground. And it's cold. But I wanted to make a brief public comment just to share some excitement. As I'm sure that you're aware, the State Water Resources Control Board has taken important action on the Mono Basin Stream Restoration Program. It's consistent with the 2013 settlement agreement between the committee and the Department of Water and Power, California Trout, and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The State Water Board issued this order 2021-86 on Friday, October 1st, completing a chapter of intensive stream restoration study and launching a new era of restoration to the 20 miles of Rush, Levining, Walker, and Parker Creeks downstream of the Los Angeles Aqueduct diversion points. The committee appreciates your leadership and Mayor Garcetti's leadership to advance this meaningful work that will restore habitat and build resilience to the impacts of climate change. Now the work before us is to actually successfully implement the projects set forth in the order, ranging from the grant spillway modification to the technical Mono Basin operations plan. And we look forward to working with you and our conservation partners on these important assignments and all the work needed to build climate resilience in support of a sustainable water future. Thanks for your time this morning and congratulations.
Thank you. The next caller, area code 714, last two digits, 09. Please state your name and the item you'll be speaking on. Go ahead, caller. Board President, that will now close all public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to our report from the General Manager.
Good morning. This is Rayco Kerr, and I'm reporting for Marty Adams. Number one, we had a rainstorm last Monday, and over that 24-hour period, we peaked at 10,000 customers overnight. Nearly all of those customers were restored by the morning, and crews continued to restore the outages that occurred during the day on Tuesday. I want to thank all the crews for their continuing work in difficult conditions, including lightning and heavy rain at times. Number two, we had Customer Service Week. Last week was Customer Service Week, and one of our strategic initiatives is to enable every employee to be a positive customer service ambassador. And that means learning about what other divisions do and how they support our mission. And during Customer Service Week, we highlighted 3 LADWP divisions. Last Tuesday, we highlighted Enterprise Cybersecurity Services, and I'd like to thank Senior AGM Mark Northrup and his staff who explained how we protect LADWP's digital information, and we had 223 employees attend that. The next day on Wednesday, we highlighted meter reading, and I would like to thank Utility Services Manager Frank Diaz and meter readers Nathaniel Shelton and Tadia Padilla, who explained about the work that goes into ensuring accurate bills for customers, and we had 225 employees attend that. Thursday, we followed with water treatment operations at the Los Angeles Aqueduct Filtration Plant. And I'd like to thank Plant Manager Steve Torres for giving everyone a virtual tour of the LA Aqueduct Filtration Plant. We had 231 employees attend that. And a special thanks out to our communications and public affairs groups for organizing these virtual events. Continuing on the Cultural Heritage Month, also in October, in addition to what we heard from President McCLAIN-HILL and what we will hear later on in the meeting, October is also Filipino Heritage Month. So we are working closely with Vice President Commissioner SUSANA Reyes on related events and look forward to recognizing this important cultural month at our next board meeting on October 26th. October is also Cybersecurity Month. So this is an issue that we take very seriously. Apart from mandating our staff to take cybersecurity awareness training, we are also sending out bi-weekly reminders and tips to safeguard employees and customer data at all times. I would like to call on Senior Assistant General Manager Brian Williams on 2 different items. Last night, obviously, we heard some chatter. There was a big windstorm, and so I'd like him to talk about the outage summary that rolled through last night into the early morning hours, as well as the upcoming Lineman's Rodeo. So, Brian?
Thank you, Reiko. Like Reiko said, we did have a big uptake in wind that started about 5:30 yesterday. We went into a level 1 response, what essentially moves our response times between 4 and 12 hours. We had upwards of 30,000 people that were out. We brought in additional crews, so we had about 20 crews working through the night. Most of the issues, although we had 3 trees that came down in the Mulholland Beverly Glen area, most of it was due to either branches blowing into lines or debris blowing up in. We had a few easy ups that took flight and got into our lines, along with multiple banners blowing off buildings and into the lines. So most of our outages were the historic South Central area, South Park, Los Feliz, and Echo Park. The valley wasn't extremely impacted on this particular wind event. This morning, we're down to about 3,800 people out. We still have 20 additional crews on top of our regular trouble crews that are working, bringing that number down. So we'll probably be coming off of our level 1 alert very soon. So that was the wind event. And like Reiko said, we have our Lineman's Rodeo in Kansas City. This is the international, where we have teams competing all across the country in the International Lineman's Rodeo. This is a great recruiting event for us, and it's also a chance for us to show our skills in competing with linemen across the country. So we're really excited about it. We're really hopeful for our teams to do well there. This is a really big event on our side of the house. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also just want to extend an extreme appreciation to our crews, not only working in difficult conditions for lightning and rain, but also we can now add in a pretty severe wind event. Last but not least, Senior Assistant General Manager Anselmo Collins would like to provide a water supply update.
Thank you, Reiko. Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to provide a quick update on where we are when it comes to water supply. So the new water year began October 1st, and the water year goes from October to September the following year. And we're going to be monitoring the weather conditions over the next several months, which will help inform us of what the picture will look like in the coming year. Just as a summary, just to let you know, we are anticipating that the California Department of Water Resources is going to set a 0% allocation on supplies coming from the State Water Project. We expect this formal announcement to come sometime in November this year. So what does that mean? Basically what it means is that DWR will not be making any deliveries to the State Water Project contractors, which the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California happens to be one of them as well. This is for 2022. Now, this is only an initial allocation of 0%. What's going to happen is they're going to keep monitoring the precipitation and the snowpack conditions throughout the season. On a monthly basis, they're going to update that number. So the hope is that it'll go up as time goes by if we have additional storms during the season. We are working very closely with Joe Romalo and his team, the Mayor's Water Cabinet, as well as Metropolitan Water District, to make sure that we're doing everything possible to address potential supply challenges for the city next year. I'm going to continue to brief the board on the latest developments and our response efforts as the water year progresses as well. There may be a need for this board to take action to implement some higher phases of the city's emergency water conservation ordinance should the need to respond accordingly to developing conditions. In the meantime, there are many things that we're encouraging our customers to do right now to continue complying our Phase 2 ordinance. Our Phase 2 ordinance basically says that outdoor watering is limited to 3 days a week and also 8 minutes per station. And that's currently our Level 2 ordinance. It also states that all outdoor watering is prohibited between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. We also have a series of permanent restrictions. For example, no water should flow off your property when you're irrigating. No water should leak from your pipe or your fixtures. No irrigation is allowed within 48 hours after a measurable rain event. No hosing of driveways, sidewalks, or other surfaces unless there's an immediate safety or sanitary reason to do so. And lastly, no washing of vehicles with hoses that do not have a self-closing nozzle. That concludes my report for this month. We will continue to monitor conditions and will adjust our plans to ensure that the city has adequate water supplies to serve the needs of the customers. I can try to answer any questions now or maybe next time as well. Thank you, Reiko.
Thank you, Anselmo. That concludes my report unless any commissioner has questions.
Are there any questions related to this, either of these reports? Just briefly, could you please provide again the dates for the rodeo?
So the event itself, it starts on the 14th, which is Thursday, and then the event itself is on the 16th on Saturday in Kansas City.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. We can now move to the just briefly, I want to take just a quick minute to acknowledge the passing of a member of our power system EV charger installation team on Friday here at JFB. I understand, appreciate, and want to offer on behalf of the board our sincerest condolences to his friends and family. It is a rare occurrence where we have a member of the department pass at work of what we understand are natural causes. I also want to just take a brief minute to acknowledge not only this very tragic and unfortunate incident, but also the many lives lost over the last year plus, well over and above that which we would usually experience. We have not taken much time in this forum to recognize the grief, the trauma, the pain associated with just the extraordinary time that we have been through. I am aware that we have employee resources to support friends and colleagues who may have been particularly impacted by Friday's event, and encourage those in need to take advantage of that, but did not want this meeting to proceed without just saying a little bit about that. I'm not aware of the employee's name having been released publicly, so I won't say anything at this juncture, but did just want to acknowledge that we are aware, and like the rest of the department, we are very much in mourning for that loss. So with that, we will move to introduction of motions for future consideration, of which I am aware of none. And so we'll therefore move to comments from the ratepayer advocate. Dr. Pickle, do you have anything to offer at this juncture, or will you hold for later in the meeting?
I will hold for later in the meeting, in particular for the management reports.
Thank you, sir. Discussion from ratepayer advocate.
Or neighborhood council?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Neighborhood council.
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Terrific. We will now consider items that are on the agenda for discussion and or vote and approval. I'm not aware of any items that have been called special by commissioners. Is there a motion with respect to the items recommended for approval?
I move approval for those items.
So that would be items L1 through items L9. Would you take the roll? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a second? I second. Would you take the roll?
Board President McCLAIN-HILL.
Aye.
Vice President Reyes.
Aye.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS. Commissioner Lair,
Aye.
Commissioner Neiman Brady, Commissioner Neiman Brady. Okay, well,
So the motion is passed 3-0. At this time, can we take a brief recess? I know that Commissioner Neiman Brady had indicated she was having some technical difficulties. And I'd also like for us to take an opportunity to reach out to Commissioner Berard. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll be back.
please remain silent.
Right. Hold on a second.
Marty?
meeting
Oh, no.
is being recorded.
How come I?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't, I heard you say we're voted, how good I know you're talking to me, I'm sorry. No, I heard you fine, sorry, I was muted, yes.
I'm having a tough morning, so it's okay.
Madam President?
I think we all are.
We are recording. I will now take roll. Board President McCLAIN-HILL,
Present.
Vice President Reyes,
Present.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS,
Present.
Commissioner LEHRER,
Present.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Present.
5 present and a quorum.
Perfect. Thank you. So we will now move to management reports. Beginning with item number 1, presentation by the LADWP Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Sabi Valdez, Electrical Services Manager for Power System Safety and Training, and I'm also the Interim Secretary for our LADWP SHIP chapter. So we're very excited to be here today and presenting to you our end of the year report. Last year on September 22nd, Anselmo Collins, Evelyn Cortez Davis, and Ofelia Rubio presented to the board the LADWP SHIP professional chapter for approval. And at that time, our Board of Commissioners approved it without any hesitation. Before we begin, we would like to thank the board for your support in approving the chapter and also for your continued support throughout this year. I would also like to thank our executive advisors, Evelyn Cortez Davis and Anselmo Collins, who have continuously guided us in making this chapter successful. Next slide, please. Thank you. A quick overview. Today, we will be talking about the events we held this year, including our leadership event series that also included our charter membership drive, the Hispanic Heritage Month event taking place tomorrow, and we will also discuss the chapter's next steps. Next slide. We conducted a 4-event series that ran from May through August of this year. All events were held through WebEx, and all were well attended. Each event focused on various areas, including our community, leadership within LADWP, sustainability, and management. We were excited to have different speakers for each event and gain so much from each of them. In the following slides, I will be providing you with some highlights of the event. Next slide. Our first event was about leadership in our community, and Commissioner Miller was our guest speaker. Commissioner Miller shared with us the importance of engagement in our communities to inspire and to enact the changes that we wish to see. We learned about leadership through advocacy by design and engaging the community and the projects and programs that we build to make the end result truly meaningful for the people in our communities. In addition, she encouraged everyone to be comfortable with your own image and applauded everyone for dedicating their careers to public service. Next slide. Our second event was about leadership at LADWP, and our guest speaker was Anselmo Collins. During this event, Mr. Collins shared with us his personal journey through different divisions. He shared how everyone can be a leader and that a title is not necessary to be one. One piece of advice that he shared was to be a good follower, meaning be a good listener. And he also shared the importance of taking care of your people as a leader and servant leadership. Next slide. Our third event was about leadership and sustainability, and our guest speaker was Ms. Nancy Sutley. Ms. Sutley shared with us the sustainability vision of LA's Green New Deal and how that is becoming a reality. We learned that LADWP is involved in close to 50% of the planet's goals. We also gained insight into the specific goals for both water and power and some of the ways those will be reached. Finally, we also learned about the recent successes and what the future holds for both power and water at LADWP. Next slide. Our final event was about climbing the ladder. Our guest panel included Juan Zamora, representing Joint System, Hermina Ruchich O'Neill, representing Power System, and Rafael Villegas, representing Water System. During this panel discussion, we learned about how our panelists developed the skills to be successful and transition. They shared with us of the challenges they face, the importance of building relationships, the importance of mentorship, and they provided us with advice on how to be successful in accomplishing our goals. We are very happy and excited to have shared these highlights with you about our 4 very successful events and our speakers. Each of these events increased our membership, and at each event, we also discussed the chapter's future plans and what members and employees can look forward to when they are a part of the LADWP SHIP Familia. Now I would like to introduce our LADWP SHIP Interim President, Ms. Ofelia Rubio. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Sabi. Thanks for the information on the leadership series. I am Ofelia Rubio with the Water System, a managing water utility engineer in the Water Distribution Division, and I am the interim president of LADWP SHIP. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month to all. Concerning our leadership series, here's some of the feedback that we received from employees. Employees told us that the events were a blessing, worthwhile, encouraging. Employees were really grateful to our speakers for their ability to share their journeys and advice while inspiring them. We learned that during this pandemic, where we often don't see each other often enough in person, we were still able to cross organization structures, backgrounds, and relate, connect, and motivate one another. Next slide, please. These are photos of some of our charter members. We have over 70 members across all 3 systems from different ethnicities and classifications. We look forward to working with these individuals and others to continue to make a positive impact on the department and in our community. Next slide, please. Joe Ramallo has already shared some information concerning tomorrow's event for Hispanic Heritage Month. All employees are invited to attend the virtual employee panel discussion on the diversity within our Hispanic community. The employee panel will be a treat where we will share perspectives, backgrounds, personal histories, while again crossing systems, classifications, and ethnicities. Thank you to those that have supported this event, including General Manager Marty Adams, our Senior Assistant General Manager Anselmo Collins will be the moderator, Commissioner Mia Lear, Assistant General Managers Nancy Sutley, and Monique Earl will also participate. Thank you again. And a great shout out to LADWP's Community and Public Affairs Group. Joe, Michelle, and Sylvia, thank you for your outstanding work on tomorrow's event, as well as all of the events for Hispanic Heritage Month. The event will be during lunchtime. Next slide, please. Our next steps for next year. We will continue to collaborate with LADWP's chapters of the Society of Women Engineers and the National Society of Black Engineers. In fact, last Monday we met with Monique Earl and her staff, where we discuss opportunities for inclusion and collaboration. Next month, LADWP will again go to the SHIP National Conference, where we plan to recruit engineers. And the beginning of next year, we will have our first elections, where we will encourage more employees to take on leadership positions for continued professional growth and collaboration. Next slide, please. Thank you, commissioners, executive managers, and all employees. We appreciate the support during this formative year. The LADWP SHIP chapter is off to an excellent start, and we could not have done it without your support. Thank you again. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions or comments? Very much appreciate this. I'm sorry, Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. I just want to personally express also my commitment to making LADWP a great place to work for all, and that the contributions our Hispanic heritage employees have done, have given to the department has been enormous and is fully appreciated. And we stand behind you and support all of you in your endeavors. So thank you so much for this presentation, and happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you.
I would also like to make a quick comment that I've been inspired by your sort of drive to make the organization thrive in the first year. It's not easy, I know, and especially with COVID. And you could, the enthusiasm on the part of the participants was palpable. So thank you, and it's been a wonderful way for me to get to know some of you that I might not otherwise interface with. But look forward to an inclusive and diverse workforce at DWP, because together we are stronger.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Then thank you again very much for this presentation. I just have to note, big up for the women leadership. It's very nice to see on the screen. And to Commissioner Lehrer's point, one of the ways that we have all gotten to know our employees better is through interacting with the various organizations formed around this kind of leadership. And so it's been my pleasure to meet a number of you in that regard as well. Congratulations, and we all look forward to your continued work and our ability to continue to be of both support and of service. Commissioner Lehrer, I'll probably be dropping in tomorrow to check out the panel. So good luck with that, everybody, as well. With that, we will move to our second presentation on the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan and Integrated Human Resource Plan kickoff. So our friends at Power.
Good morning. So for today's presentation, I'm sure everybody knows Jason Rondu, our Director of Resource Planning, Development, and Programs, but we are extremely proud to have presenting with him today two of our newly promoted power engineering managers. And this will be their first of likely many future presentations to the board. So we have Jay Lim, who will be presenting on the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan. He is the Manager of Resource Planning. And we also have Dennis Obiang, who will be presenting on the Integrated Human Resource Plan, and he is the Manager in charge of Transmission Planning.
Gentlemen, thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Commissioners and Reiko. Jason Rondu, I'm going to just give a very brief introduction, and then I'm going to hand it off to Jay, and then Dennis will wrap up. This is really a high-level presentation on the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan and the Integrated Human Resource Plan. As this board is well aware, we have completed the LA 100 study, which really showed us that LADWP can get to 100%, that it's achievable. It's technically achievable. The resources exist. There are many pathways to get there. But it did not recommend a path, nor did it tell us the resources that we need to have internally in order to achieve that. So the combination of the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan and the Integrated Human Resource Plan will ultimately end up with a path towards 100% that staff will recommend and that the board will consider. And it will identify the resources needed to achieve that. So there's no decision to be made today, but the knowledge of this overall process, as well as the future board presentations that we will propose to provide to this board, will help make sure that we all have the situational awareness of all the components that go into building our power system future. And that when we ultimately do make a decision this coming spring, we will have done so and we'll be as informed as we possibly can to make the best decision possible. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to Jay Lim, who manages our resource planning group. Jay, take it away.
Good morning, Commissioners. So like Jason said, my name is Jay Lim, and the LA 100 study was completed this year, and the final report was issued March 24th of 2021. And based off of the study, there were many key findings. First of which is that 100% renewable energy is achievable through multiple pathways, and that the electrification is the key to affordability. We know the impacts on rates, job creation, as well as resources, and that there are common investments across all scenarios to get to 100%. Following the completion of this study, and through the leadership of our City Council and the City of Los Angeles, we were charged with achieving a new goal of 100% carbon-free by 2035, which is a full 10 years ahead of the California state goal. What we found from the next slide, please. Next slide. My apologies, I thought I was controlling the slides. Sorry for that hiccup. What we found through the LA100 study is that there are common investments across all scenarios, and that the department can get started on the resources right away. The majority of the clean energy deployments will be solar and wind firmed with energy storage that will get LADWP to a high penetration of renewable energy. So I wanted to touch a bit on one of the key findings from the LA100 study. It found that although 100% renewable is technically feasible, the scope and scale of deployment is monumental. For reference, the department currently has a total resource capacity about 10,000 megawatts existing today. By 2035, we will need to more than double that resource capacity. In order to support these additional resources, transmission and distribution upgrades are key pieces to the transition that must be done in parallel. The magnitude and rate of these upgrades are critical to our success. Another key finding from the LA100 study is that firm dispatchable in-basin capacity that's supplied with renewably derived fuel or hydrogen are required to maintain reliability and resiliency of the power system. However, the forecasted usage of this capacity will dramatically differ compared to today. Today, our natural gas usage is daily and averages about 30% of the year. Once LADWP is at a high penetration renewables, about over 90%, firm capacity in basin will be utilized very infrequently, about 5% of the time or less, primarily as backup or for contingencies, such as transmission loss. And so the department is moving forward with these resources in parallel while the SLTRP process is being developed, knowing that the build rates and the scale of deployment are significant by 2035. Next slide, please. The LA100 study gained significant recognition on a national level and was the first in its kind, and really put LADWP in the spotlight and forerunner for accelerating clean energy. In order for the department to build on this effort, we will be moving forward with our LA100 initiative with various parallel efforts as illustrated here. The LA100 study was completed in March of 2021, and it gave us multiple pathways to achieve 100% renewables by 2035 or 2045. We also learned through the LA100 study that we as a company and in our resource plan must be intentional in planning our efforts in order to ensure a environmentally just transition towards clean energy. To that end, LADWP launched its LA Equity Strategies effort with an internal kickoff meeting just this past September 30th. And this is in partnership with the National Renewable Energy Lab and UCLA. The steering committee kickoff will be upcoming. In parallel, the department also kicked off its 2022 SLTRP process on September 23rd of 2021 in order to develop a roadmap towards 100% carbon-free by 2035. And this is building off of the LA100 study. This process incorporates key findings from the LA100 study and is centered around community and stakeholder input while also prioritizing reliability, equity, affordability, and sustainability. Next slide, please. The framework of this year's 2022 Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan is driven by the city council motions that were recently approved. In May of 2021, a city council motion was approved that instructs the department to prepare an SLTRP that achieves 100% carbon-free by 2035. To that end, we are charged with reporting no regrets projects common to all LA100 paths and shovel-ready projects, and also prioritize equity and environmental justice communities. We will be reporting every 6 months to the ECC-EJR committee with updates. Subsequently, in September of 2021, another city council motion was released and approved that instructed the department to develop a long-term hiring and workforce plan, and that coincides with the LA100 pathway to partner with labor and increase hiring from Los Angeles neighborhoods and disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. LADWP's Power Strategic Resource Long-Term Resource Plan is a roadmap that drives the financial priorities of the power system to meet LA's future energy needs and regulatory mandates while also maintaining reliable service and reducing emissions in a cost-effective manner. Decades ago, resource plans would typically include plans to address load growth by building new generating units, such as peakers. However, as clean energy policy has evolved, resource planning has also evolved to transition towards renewable and clean energy, while also planning for load growth driven by electrification. Ultimately, the outcome of the SLTRP is to analyze various resource plan scenarios and recommend a scenario that guides not only our near-term actions, but the future energy planning to achieve 100% carbon-free by 2035, and also maintaining 100% with load growth due to electrification through 2045. Next slide. So here I want to emphasize that LADWP has been a leader in our integrated resource planning process, or IRP for short, where we started a robust IRP process back in the year 2000. In 2016, IRPs became a regulatory document that is required for publicly owned utilities to submit to the California Energy Commission. Having a robust IRP process already in place, the department actually led other publicly owned utilities to help streamline IRP guidelines for filings to maintain consistency, as many of these utilities have never done an IRP. In 2017, we renamed our IRP to what's now called the Strategic Power Long-Term Resource Plan in order to continue our more robust planning efforts, recognizing that the LA100 study was ongoing at that time and that we would likely be accelerating our clean energy transition. The SLTRP is updated annually with extensive public outreach that's conducted once every other year, typically on the even number of years. Since 2017, the SLTRP was paused in order to incorporate findings from the LA100 study. Now that we know that 100% renewable is achievable from the LA100 study, we kicked off our SLTRP process on September 23rd. And so far, we've had 3 meetings in order to build a roadmap that incorporates key findings from the LA100 study. Our initial kickoff meeting included about 100 people with 35 advisory group members. And we started out with the LA100 advisory group as a starting point for the SLTRP with a few minor additions and firmed a roster for the SLTRP. Next slide, please. As part of the 2022 SLTRP process, the advisory group will be front-loaded to provide transparency and feedback into the process. And the advisory group consists of a broad group that represents not only key stakeholders, but LADWP's customer base. And we expect the advisory group to brief their constituents and provide a channel for consolidating input. Towards the latter end of this process, LADWP will be conducting community and stakeholder outreach with public outreach meetings to further our engagement. Some of the important planning elements as part of our SLTRP process are listed in the second paragraph here. Future resource mix in order to address the shift from traditional fossil-based resources to renewable and clean energy alternatives and addressing the pace of the transition. The SLTRP will also be complying with legislative and regulatory mandates, including Senate Bill 100, federal reliability standards, and other legislation. We will also be planning our system to maintain resource adequacy, which is sufficient resources to meet a future peak load and comply with regulatory reliability standards, as well as being resilient enough to withstand extreme events such as wildfires. We will be analyzing greenhouse gas emissions as part of our SLTRP process. We now have a goal of 100% carbon-free by 2035. Program revenue requirements. The SLTRP process will also define revenue requirements in order to support our clean energy program and projects. Rate impacts. One of the key findings from the LA100 study is that electrification helps support lower rate impacts by providing additional revenue that would help offset investment needs. The SLTRP will continue this dialogue to analyze rate impacts relative to electrification targets and across various scenarios. Equity. This is a new metric that the SLTRP will be analyzing. As part of our planning process, we will ensure environmentally just transition and consider equity impacts, such as minimizing the use of Valley Generating Station, which is in an environmental justice area, and incorporate findings from the LA100 equity strategies as it becomes available. And last, resiliency is another new metric that we'll be analyzing through the SLTRP process. As we decarbonize the grid, we will take advantage of our robust transmission system and economies of scale to deploy renewable resources further from our load center. This inherently results in additional risk should we lose transmission lines due to extreme events like wildfires. And so through our SLTRP process, we will be addressing resiliency as a metric in addition to overall system reliability. Next slide, please. The SLTRP has traditionally been focused on modeling a future power system, considering load growth, both supply and demand side resources to meet that future load growth. Along with that, it also addresses the 10-year transmission plan needs, a power system reliability program, and this year will incorporate the LA100 study. One point I want to emphasize is that the LA100 study assumed that all distribution system work in the backlog was already complete as a starting point in order to determine new investments for LA100 scenarios. However, the reality is that the department will be addressing current overloaded circuits and distribution work in the queue in parallel with the new distribution upgrades identified through the LA100 study. As an example, our distribution planning team has identified about 10 new distributing stations required over the next 10 years. However, the reality is that the department only built 2 new distributing stations over the last 15 years. This is not only a technical and a financial challenge, but also a real estate challenge because the department must compete with other city departments for land. And since 100% carbon-free by 2035 is a tremendous endeavor, the department will be expanding its scope of its resource plan this year in order to mitigate risk and ensure success. To that end, this year's 2022 SLTRP will also vet through resource needs through the integrated human resource plan and assessments to implementation and constructability, procurement, operations and maintenance, and supply chain. Next slide, please. In order to maintain consistency with the LA100 study, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and Kearns and West will be assisting the department through the advisory group process. However, the modeling and analysis will be completed in-house. So this map here, this meeting map summarizes the advisory group process and is separated into 5 phases. In the first phase, meetings number 1 through 3 are now complete. The objective of that first phase was to reconvene the advisory group to get everybody on the same page with the SLTRP kickoff, overview of the advisory group, recapping the LA100 study, and deep dive topics into SLTRP, and brief the group on the requirements for 100% carbon-free by 2035. So far, the feedback we received from the advisory group is that the top 3 priorities for SLTRP is the path and trajectory to meeting clean energy goals, risk assessments, and rates. In phase 2 of the advisory group process, we will be focusing on developing a scenario matrix for modeling and analysis. We will provide background on key department programs, review metrics and evaluation process, and scenario consideration, ultimately leading up to the consensus on a final scenario metric. In phase 3, our internal team will conduct modeling to analyze a set of case scenarios through capacity expansion, production, and cost modeling to analyze various metrics such as resiliency, greenhouse gas emissions, and equity impacts. In phase 4 of the process, we will review preliminary results with the advisory group and a potential field trip followed by community outreach meeting. In the last phase, phase 5, we will brief the advisory group on public outreach results and draft the 2022 SLTRP for review before the final 2022 SLTRP is approved. Once the 2022 SLTRP is approved, it will serve as a formal roadmap for the power system to justify programs and projects and will be used to support future rate actions if needed. As I mentioned earlier, we know that 100% carbon-free by 2035 is technically feasible, but the implementation and feasibility are key challenges and risk areas. I'm sorry, this is my last slide. To that end, we will be expanding our SLTRP to address risk in various areas to ensure that the department is successful. And the human resources is one key component in which I will now hand over to Dennis Obiang, who is the manager of transmission planning, to discuss that topic.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to that topic, I just have some questions about this particular presentation, and thank you for your detailed walkthrough. Only because we talk a lot about our planning process, but you touched on a number of issues that I'm very curious to understand. Also, in the context of the amount of time that we have between now and 2035. So one of the issues you addressed was rate impacts. And I understand that that was not an area that was considered with any, sincere substantive level of depth in the context of the LA100 study, renewable study that was recently completed. So I'd like to just understand where we are and what the gaps are as it relates to the level of electrification that's assumed over and against the current level or rate of electrification uptake or usage that we have, and what will need to happen for us to get to the place where what we are, where the utilization is consistent with what has been assumed in the LA100 renewable study. Like, just how realistic is that, I guess, is what I want to understand.
Yeah, I can attempt to answer that. So the LA100 study, as Jay mentioned, really found that electrification is key to affordability. Without transportation and building electrification, we won't see affordable scenarios, to put it bluntly. And that brings us to how do we actually achieve the electrification levels.
Jason, I want to be super clear. Are we basically saying without transportation and building electrification over the next, again, 13-year window? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, so if we see electrification levels not keep pace with what we're seeing now, we're seeing strong electrification rates now, If we don't see it keep pace, if we don't see it match what the state has mandated in terms of electrification levels over the coming decades, we will see significant increase in rates. It is a major risk factor, and it's not just in terms of electrification. If we also don't make the investments in our distribution grid to ensure that we can provide the power to charge those vehicles, to see the conversion of buildings to be electrified, that is also a risk. So that's another reason that Jay emphasized the significance of addressing distribution upgrades. And again, that's not just a technical challenge. That is a citywide prioritization challenge.
And I was going to say, with respect to the distribution upgrades that are required, because again, I've been in numerous meetings and we sort of hear these, these things kind of just get talked about almost in a quiet monotone, which doesn't convey, from my perspective, the level of priority, nor does it really adequately convey the gap between, again, where we are and where we need to be. I mean, we spent our last meeting looking at, for instance, EV charging within our service area, only to see that we are well off pace in terms of where we need to get and aren't set up to get there from my perspective as of yet. So with respect to distribution upgrades, do we have a plan? Are we calculated to get there? And what was just noted is, you called out 10 projects. We've never done anything on that scale before, have we?
We have not. So I think the closest we've come is during the 50s, there was a period of significant capacity growth and significant build of transmission and distribution. But even what we're proposing, or what we would be charged with doing over the next 15 years, would really dwarf that effort. So what I would say is that following the LA100 study, we identified a number of important next steps that need to take place. Part of that was to recalibrate the KPIs that we had around our distribution system. The KPIs were really matched to the staffing that we had, and we've had to go back and say, rather than matching the KPIs to staffing, we need to match the KPIs to what we need to achieve to ensure that we can build our distribution system and build all of the different resources in order to achieve this. And this is why it's so important to not just summarize the process for the SLTRP, but also summarize what we need to do to estimate the staffing requirements to actually achieve this. So this is why we have the Integrated Human Resource Plan presentation following the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan.
Okay,
a lot of
thank
these
you.
questions.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just to wrap up, a lot of these questions we don't yet have answers to, but this is the process to answer them.
So when you say a lot of these questions we don't yet have answers to, I'm curious, do we have answers to the level of distribution or the level of grid upgrades that need to take place in order for us to support? I mean, because it's one thing not to have answers at the level of detail that they can be implemented. I would imagine that we have some answers with respect to order of magnitude. We're not completely in the dark as to what's going to be required. So do we have answers with respect to, the level of grid upgrades and improvements that we're going to need over the next, X number of years? Do we have at least some sense of what that's going to be?
You're exactly right. There's really the very near-term work that we need to do. We have our hands around the resources required for that. It's really when you're talking about 15 years and beyond, that's where, the SLTRP and the Integrated Human Resource Plan will shed light on what it's going to take to achieve that. But in terms of the near term, as I mentioned, following the LA100 study, we kicked off a number of efforts that needed to happen immediately, knowing what we know today, including updating the power system reliability program, updating the metrics, updating the staffing requirements to do that.
And have those things, have they been both updated, and what happens after, I mean, and have we begun matching resources to those updated metrics that you have for near-term items?
Yes, so the update to the power system reliability program is underway now. There's also the beginning of the rate case that Power System is working very closely with the Financial Services Organization to ensure that we are planning for a rate case that matches what we're trying to achieve here in terms of both resources, financial resources, but also human resources. And then, as we'll see in a moment, we are in the process of updating the Integrated Human Resource Plan to actually match the staffing required to achieve all of these goals.
And with respect to that work, do you when would you expect to be able to present that work to this board, the near-term updates?
So we are in the process of developing, and I touched on this on the very last slide when we wrap up both of these subjects, but I'll just mention it now. We have under development a series of dashboards that will track all of these efforts, whether it is the hydrogen capacity that needs to get built at Scattergood, whether it's the wet cooling conversion at Haynes, whether it's the distribution system upgrades, whether it's the transmission upgrades that need to be required. A dashboard is being developed to go into detail on the progress of all of those, because this will need to be meticulously tracked. That is expected to be completed before the end of the year. We're required, in fact, to present that to Council Committee before the end of the year, and we intend to present that to this board and then provide updates to this board on a monthly basis in terms of the progress of all of those different tracks. That will happen, and that foundation for reporting will happen prior to the completion of the overall strategic long-term resource plan. That's really emphasizing the necessity to continue work today while we continue to plan for the very long term.
Jason, can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, Nicole.
I can hear you just fine.
Great. Yeah, no, I noticed that at the end of the presentation, the replace the monthly RPS board report. As you know, I have had a bunch of feedback on that report in the past. And so prior to presentation, I'd like to be able to provide input and guidance, because this is something that I think is, you know, President McCLAIN-HILL is keying in on it. It's pretty critical that we get it an update, and I want to make sure that at least what I'm looking for is within it. So if you could find time as you start to finalize what that will look like to solicit my feedback.
We will certainly do that, and we appreciate your willingness to provide guidance in that area.
And then I am curious as to the ratepayer advocates' engagement around these issues. Dr. Pickle, can you just provide your own perspective and comment as it relates to this process?
Based on our review of rate trajectories as part of the LA 100, the rating impacts, depending on what our sales of electric power are and how they change over the next 5 years, the rate impacts could be significant by 2025. So we have to, one, we have to maintain reliability, we have to build ahead of load. And the question is, are we going to manage to attain that load? Because I believe for at least a portion of the electrification load, it's a competitive process. We have providers of charging stations that are building around our territory rather than in our territory, as we learned in last week's meeting, or the meeting 2 weeks ago.
When you say they're significant, the rate impact, in what way are they significant?
It depends on what happens with loads. We have the growth rates could be substantially above inflation?
I understand that these are all subjects that, have a high degree of sensitivity and that we consistently talk around the challenges while promoting the, the possibilities. From my perspective, the only way we get from here to there is to confront the challenges head on and to make sure that everyone in this continuum of power, no pun intended, is well aware of them. The city, for instance, does not have a building electrification policy at a time where we are indicating or suggesting that electrification is critical across all sectors in order to pursue the clean grid goal that has been, that we all aspire to, in a way that manages rates. And we will need to pretty quickly and in a very transparent way deal with a rate case that enables us to move forward with the plans that we have so meticulously outlined and that we are promoting, on a regular basis. I think we owe it to not only the residents who are entrusting us to continue to provide reliable and affordable access to water and power, but also to the policymakers who are counting on us to implement this most ambitious but necessary plan of decarbonization. So I look forward to the upcoming conversations in the next month or so, certainly in advance of this moving to council. Understanding the dashboard, Jason, that your team is preparing, and also want to extend my gratitude to Commissioner NEEMAN Brady for leaning in on this particular reporting mechanism to ensure that we are capturing the key metrics that we need to be following. Dr. Pickle will be relying heavily on you as well to ground all of this in a sense of both, in a sense of reality, so that we are walking forward eyes wide open, and want to again underscore the necessity of our appreciating the competitive forces in the market around charging stations and other technologies that we've got to grapple with as we continue to move forward. Jason, I'm sorry to have hijacked the presentation.
Commissioner McCLAIN-HILL, I also just want to emphasize that I would like to see a deeper conversation about all the sensitivities that we are mentioning, just so we have that ability to gauge what those impacts will be on our rates and our customers. Say, for example, fuel prices and also like energy storage prices will be very key, right, to moving forward and knowing what those scenarios are going to cost us. So that's just my input for today, just so that those are not forgotten.
No, appreciate it. And I, again, just wanted to make sure that we all signal to staff that we want to begin to look at these issues in a deep and holistic way.
I would like to just make a very short comment. I appreciate the ambition, and I think Commissioner, both President and Vice President and others have mentioned how important it is that we be as forward-thinking as you are, and you've taken it a really gone deep and a lot of opportunity. But as some of you know, we've gotten a letter from architects, the American Society of Architects and other developers and contractors about getting projects built as we, with the present sort of guidelines that exist and how difficult it is to deliver. So there are those that are going to benefit from 2035 and 2040 where they're older or maybe not here anymore, and there are those that are building to help the city, develop in the next 5 years and build the housing and other sort of civic and actually commercial and industrial projects that we need. And so I think what I'm saying that, and we'll discuss that at another meeting, is that as people see these ambitious goals, who are typically interested in these issues, like the Urban Land Institute or the American Institute of Architects and others, we don't want them to glaze over and say, yeah, what about just letting us build what we can right now? So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Lehr. That's also a really timely and important comment and consideration. Dr. Pickle.
May I add a response to Commissioner Banks-Barad's question? The rate impact in the short term from the trajectory the LA 100 trajectory that takes us to 2035 100% carbon free during the next 5 years is going to have to average 5.4% per year. And that cost doesn't include additional upgrades that were not included for the PRSRP improvements that have not yet taken place. That and energy prices in the short term have jumped far above the natural gas scenarios that were used in the short term in this study. So we're going to be shocked by prices a couple ways in this process, and all of these numbers are highly uncertain.
Okay, I have another couple of questions. Jay mentioned in his presentation that the committee was going to be front-loaded, and I wondered if he could explain what did he mean by front-loaded?
Sure, Commissioner. So front-loaded means that the advisory group, which is a total of 6 meetings, will be at the front end of the process, so in the first 3 months or so. And from there, phase 2, we'll get into the modeling, and towards the end of the process, we'll have public outreach. So the reason it's front-loaded towards the beginning is so that we can gather as much information as possible to develop the scenarios for our analysis.
All right, and then leading into that, the community outreach, the group has not really made any presentation to the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils, which represents all the 34 neighborhood councils in the San Fernando Valley, which represents 40% of the city. And I wondered if you're making some kind of arrangement or plan to come to the Valley Alliance and make a presentation.
We are. If my memory serves, if I may, Jay, I believe when we previously completed our 2017 SLTRP, if memory serves, we did present to the Valley Alliance. And I believe that it would make sense to do something similar for this process as well. I would ultimately defer, and Jay, if we've already got something scheduled, let me know. But I believe that's within the intention of the outreach process for this effort.
I don't believe there's anything scheduled because
yeah, it'd be a little bit difficult for us to schedule it now because we'd be scheduling it for several months in advance.
Yes.
What we really need to do is really build the foundation of this overall plan and look at alternatives. And then once we have, our hands around that, then it would be a little bit more appropriate to then engage. We wouldn't have a whole lot to say today, but I think probably a little bit later on this year, early next year, we would have a much more substantive, presentation and update to be provided to
Okay.
Valley
Well,
Alliance and others.
Jason, you're always welcome to come whenever you think that it's the right time. We'll talk and then we'll schedule it. Because I would like you to hear
Very
from
much
the
appreciate that.
leadership of the Valley. Pardon me?
I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
And just one final thing. First, I don't see any other comments, at least on this portion of the presentation, but just one final thing that sort of struck me. Last week, as I was reading through the newspaper, and it goes to the issues of equity, which again, we sort of talk about, but really have to consider in very, very deep ways. It was the article that referenced the impacts of climate change, particularly in the city of LA, and as it relates to increasingly hot
We lost you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The article referenced increasingly hot temperatures in the city of Okay.
We can hear you again now.
Okay, perfect. It referenced not only high temperatures in the city of LA, but also under. Okay, what about? If you turn. Are we there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It referenced unreported heat-related deaths in the city of Los Angeles. That coupled with data that I was recently made aware of coming from, frankly, one of our equity strategies consultants out at UCLA, noted the underutilization of electricity in terms of, or the access to air conditioning in poor, low-income communities, essentially noting that based on their research, what they saw during summers was the failure of poor people to use cooling devices, whether they had access to them or not, as a result of the cost. So as we look at all of these issues moving forward, both the impacts of climate change, which we must address in a very robust way, the things that we will not be able to turn back in the short run. I mean, hotter temperatures are here and are here to stay for some time, I suspect. The cost and access to power and its essential what is happening. There we go. As it relates to human life is something that we do not want to lose sight of, and makes this endeavor on our part, both essential, urgent, and something that we must, not only pay attention to in the traditional way, but that we must give our utmost prioritization as we move forward. So thank you. And I know that we have an additional element to this presentation. So I'm sorry to have interrupted. We can go forward.
Thank you, Commissioner, and all commissioners for feedback on this. We really are transitioning from one area where LADWP has led the industry in terms of our resource planning efforts, particularly now that we've bolstered those efforts following the LA100 study, to an area of human resource planning where we have in the past addressed this with a significant level of sophistication that has looked at forecasting retirements by classification in areas of need, to going from incremental to really transformative power system resource planning. So I'd like to hand it off to Dennis Obiang, who will walk us through the very critical integrated human resource plan.
Thank you, Jason. Can you guys hear me well? Yes?
Yes, I can hear you. Dennis.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Dennis Obiang. I'm the manager of the transmission planning for Power System. I'm really delighted to be here to share with you all Power System Integrated Resource Plan. During the presentation, I will talk about the motivation behind the plan, and I'm also going to talk about the methodology we will use to develop such plan. And halfway through the presentation, we will talk about the driver that caused the need of the demand to hire in the first place. And then we will talk about key consideration. But first, what are the motivation for Power System Integrated Human Resource Plan that I will refer to as IHRP? Next slide, please. Thank you. Well, it is no secret that Power System, like any other utility, is undergoing accelerated change. And the change here are due to increased regulation. For instance, we have to stop the use of ocean water to cool out coastal generation. Enacted public policy, the need to go to clean energy by 2035. Climate change, we talked about it earlier. And we have all seen the devastating impact of the wildfire in California. They're getting more and more aggressive. And on top of that, extended heat wave. And those heat waves have significant impact on equipment on the field. Environmental justice. Well, we also have to figure out how do we provide a clean environment, specifically for communities that have been traditionally exposed to high level of pollution. Advanced and emerging technologies. A decade ago, if you had told me that energy storage would be a big thing on the planet, I would have said not really, including distributed energy resources. Now the year, the part of the transformation of power system. Increasing customer choice and expectation. Customer demanding more reliability, more of those choices. EV charging, rooftop solars. Well, I'm here to let you know that the changes are here. Now the question that we pose in Power System, what does Power System have to do to keep up with such transformation? One thing we have to start with to develop an integrated human resource plan to ensure that we can transition to 100 carbon-free energy resources. What is an IHRP? An IHRP is essentially a planning document that links the human resource need and the various power system initiative, inclusive of meeting 100% by 2035. The plan will be based on sound methodology. We will develop, perform quantitative and qualitative analysis. First, the quantitative analysis would deal with how do we forecast with reasonable assumption retirement over years? And separately, how do we answer the basic question through optimization, the ideal level of staffing we need to have to support those various initiatives? And then the qualitative part of the process will also try to understand, now that we have the staffing sorted out, what kind of training we should provide to augment their knowledge? What about the existing staff? What about the new skill we're going to have? What about the new service classification we need to acquire to ensure that we move steadily toward this transformation? And lastly, we're also going to talk about change management. That one is also important. We're also going to focus on issues that might also cause the plan to derail. But out of all of this, we're also going to ensure that the plan we come up with is realistic by working with our financial service and ensure that the plan is embedded into our budgetary cycle. If we are able to do all of those things in developing the IHRP, I am optimistic that Power System will be able to adapt to a new way of doing business, and more importantly, integrate those resources into our system and prepare our workforce to this transformation. The key question that we ask ourselves is that what methodology are we going to use to develop such a plan? Next slide, please. Here are the four steps that we have put together for you all. This is high level. The first step will be to benchmark the current state of the affair. The second step, forecast the need for requirement and the recruitment. The third step will be to look into the training and the change management, the critical factor we will need. And the last step will be to reassess and reevaluate and adjust. Let me go back to the first step. The first step, we were trying to understand what is the total occupancy today? And on top of that, what is the total level of vacancy we have to our power system? What are the existing skills we have today in our system so that we get to learn from that and move to the next step? The second step will be much more the quantitative part of the process. What are the new civil service classification we will need in the future? Are there any existing civil service classification we need to that are going to be critical for the future that we need to develop even more? And then we need to perform a skill gap analysis. For instance, we're going to have new technology that will come on board. We're going to have new processes to manage. What kind of skill set will we need for that transformation? And lastly, where the fun begins is now doing analysis, forecasting. Human resource also age. We will develop statistical model based on historical data that we have on retirement and have, through reasonable assumption, make reasonable forecasts of those retirement, because it's one thing to bring people, but we're still also going to lose people in the process. How do we manage that? The second part of the process, which is the optimization part of the equation, is to basically ask the simple question. Now that I know the project we're going to be building, the workload we're going to acquire, what is the ideal level of staffing to sustain those projects year over year, given constraint? Constraint meaning I don't have infinite resources. Constraint meaning how much OT can I apply over time? And other constraints we will take into consideration. The second step will give us the level of staffing we need to build year for year to bring all those initiatives to fruition. The third part, which is a qualitative portion of the analysis, will develop training, identify the training we need to basically sustain the existing staff, prepare them for this transformation, and also the new training, because we're going to have new skill set. How do we train staff for those new skill set? And lastly, change management is going to be extremely important. How do we instill the right behavior and attitude so that staff can proceed toward this transformation? Lastly, we're going to reevaluate and reassess to ensure that we get to adjust, because this is a long-term approach. Every year we will assess, readjust, and refine the plan as we go toward that transformation. In general, this is the methodology that we will be using. It's based on sound methodology. It will rely on existing work we've done in the past, and also will build on existing civil service classification. And then we will expand that to do even more to ensure we have more classification to get ready for this transformation. One key question we have to ask is that this methodology also follows, believe it or not, supply-demand curve that we learn on campus. Here, I'm talking about the demand side of the equation, which means the need to hire more. Let's focus more about that. What are the key drivers that cause such demand? Next slide. Before, perfect, thank you. Well, here are the key drivers that cause such demand. On top of the list, you see SLTRP. You found out from JLIM earlier that there are many projects that have to come about. We've just finished the LA100, but it gave us a roadmap, and now it's time to figure out what is those technology in generation, in basin generation. What about transmission? What about energy storage? So SLTRP will give us a roadmap towards how do we go into that transformation. The next is major project. Major project is a team that will be involved in building those major facilities, generation asset in basin, battery storage, large-scale battery storage, transmission in basin, hence the name major project. What is the staffing they will need to ensure that they get to develop those projects and deliver the LA100, the 2025 requirement? And then we have transportation electrification. We talked about it earlier. To me, it's not just enough to identify the headcount to plan for EV charger, but it's also important to understand the chain reaction from the need to increase the hosting capacity in a distribution system such that we get to add more EV in a system. So to be blunt, if every single household in Los Angeles has an EV charger, a distribution cannot take it. At this present time, there is some capacity to add EV charger. But our job is also to figure out how many people we need to have to ensure that we develop a plan to increase the hosting capacity so we can add more and more EV charger in the future. So that one is important. Next, IT OT. Oftentimes we don't discuss IT requirement, but make no mistake, we all saw what happened this summer. Columbia refinery that was severely attacked by ransomware cyber attack during this summer. It brought the East Coast to the floor. Electric utilities are not immune to cyber attack. What do we have to do to prepare for those bad actors? The staffing we need, not just the level of staffing, but also the talent to protect DDP against those bad actors. Next, grid modernization is an interesting concept because in comparison to transmission planning or transmission system, which is highly regulated both from federal level and the various agency NERC that basically regulate demanding more visibility to the transmission asset. Over the year, and this is not unique to DDP, it's also the same thing applied to all utilities out there. We never truly invest in having visibility to the distribution system. But going forward, we want a safe and reliable proliferation of distributed energy resources and also understand how our customers use the energy. It is now more important to have a modernized distribution system. Would that include digitization of the distribution system automation, and also basically adding sensor so we can understand a little bit what's going on at the distribution level. That is a major undertaking. We need to ensure we have the right team, the right staff, so that they get to finalize and deliver in that grid modernization. And lastly, power system reliability program. Earlier, I talked about aging human resources. How are we going to account for it? We also need to understand that infrastructure do age. How do we go about ensuring that we have enough staffing to replace all these aging infrastructure such that we get to provide high level of reliability to our customer, which they demand? Collectively, these are the major driver of power system need that require that we think about it holistically so that we get to deliver a plan that is realistic. This is part of the supply and demand curve that I talked about earlier. This is addressing the demand side of the equation. One thing I want to note as part of this presentation, I am a transmission planner. I'm a planner. DDP pay me to plan for the system. Jelim and I share the same thing in common, the previous presenter. We all are planner. You plan for resource, I plan for the transmission. But our role is not different for any other planner out there in the city of Los Angeles, whether you look at it for urban planning or any other planners. We have one thing in common. We never develop a plan to fail. However, we can certainly fail the plan if we don't manage risk associated with such plan. Key question, what are the contributing factor or risk associated with the IHRP if we leave them to their own device can cause a IHRP to fail? Next slide. These are the major risks we want to have control over to ensure we have a successful IHRP. The hiring process. What is the effectiveness of current hiring process? What do we have to do to increase capacity so that they get to hire the number we're going to come up with year over year? Second, labor supply. I talked about the supply-demand curve. We discussed a little bit the demand side of the equation and the driver for that. Now, what about the supply? Where are we finding these people? Well, most of our staff come from engineering. We go to local university, local campus to recruit them. But also, not all of them come from engineering. How do we develop partnership with local college, local community college, vocational school to have the feeder class to come in so that we know we can manage the supply, including extending out of state? Not understanding supply will cripple the plan. Apprenticeship program is very important as well. So DWP doesn't just hire engineer, we also hire different classification, linemen, distribution mechanic, load dispatcher, steam plant mechanic. How do we bring them on board? Well, they go to a training, a rigorous training that takes 2 to 3 years. Only at the end of the training, the successful candidate will be integrated into the workforce. How do we increase capacity to ensure that we have more of them coming out of the training? How do we add more trainers so we get to train more? competition. It is no secret that our neighboring utility are competing with us when we go to campus trying to recruit those students and engineers. And when we train an individual, the next utility pick them up and take the guy, and then we have no more employees. We need to manage competition as well. Facility constraint. It's one thing to say we're going to bring staff on board and then they have no place to sit. We need to address facility constraints so that the full integration is successful. Change management. I bring that back again because this is a major problem. Why is that? If we don't instill the right behavior and the right attitude to staff, we will lead to a confusing staff. For instance, what's going to happen to my civil service classification? Am I going to get a job at the end of this transformation? Am I going to get fired? No. Ensuring that we can instill staff, we are all in this together in this transformation, and we will go through it together, and we will leave no one behind. We need a strategy for change management as well. Customer expectation. Customer demanding more of reliability. We need to be more customer focused so that we respond back to their need. You can see here, these are the major risks that we have to think about to ensure that we have a much more realistic plan.
Dennis, I'm sorry. I know you've got a couple more slides, but I do want to jump in and interrupt you here. This department has great strength around planning. And what's interesting on this slide that you've presented with respect to risk, to me, what's interesting about it is that these the things that you've outlined as risk are all areas that this board has inquired about over the course of my tenure on the board pretty intensely. The hiring process, labor supply, apprenticeship programs, competition, facility constraints, all of it. Change management, customer expectations. There's nothing that you've identified that has not been of intense interest. And yet, we have not been able to demonstrate, at least to my satisfaction, our ability to execute in these areas in the past in any way that is significantly robust enough to meet the demands of the plan that I am most certain your organization will, that Power will bring forward, that will, outlining the needs required to meet its our most ambitious plan of transitioning to 100% clean grid. Just with respect to things like, the hiring process. We went through a very long and belabored presentation about how convoluted that is and how difficult it is and how we hire, we've set out to hire X number of people, let's say on the construction side, with linemen and others, and we wind up at the end of that process in a net loss, as opposed, notwithstanding our hiring, due to attrition. We have spent, since I've been here, things like upgrading our website has been on the table for 3 years and it's not done. There are any number of constraints around facilities. Change management is another area that we have proven to have a lot of challenges in. We have a process underway that is already months behind, that is being overseen or had been being overseen at the general manager and board level, and it's still months behind. This is IT. We have significant IT challenges. Reclassification of employees is something that's very difficult to accomplish. Just creating a utility worker classification has taken 2 years. Marty, these are issues that are not power system related. These are issues that go to the overall business operations of this department. And I am curious as to who owns this, because without substantial prioritization, leadership, and change, we are simply talking, but the rubber will meet the road shortly, and we're not going to get anywhere here. Just looking at taking just technology, for instance, or IT, we've been talking for a very long time about, doing the same sort of comprehensive look at our classifications. And then, you come internal and you've got DDRs with respect to just the IT area of our organization. And we can't talk about power if we can't deal with IT, grid modernization. It's been on the table for a long time. And while we've seen the plan, we know where we are, I have to say that we are, again, substantially behind where we promised people we would be years ago. So I'd like you to speak to how this organization begins to stand up a process where we get past planning and get to execution. We are so understaffed, and from my perspective, do not have in place the means by which we are going to add enough supervisors to get enough people trained to service our crews to do just the the current grid or the current PSRP work that we have planned, let alone anything new. This is a conversation that's been going on for a long time with, senior management, with ratepayer advocate, and again, through numerous presentations at this board. How do we actually go from plan to execute, and what are we doing to be in a position to execute? Even, and this is just fundamental, but there's so many little pieces of this. We've talked ad nauseum about things that we have to confront at personnel in order to be able to move forward on a number of our plans. And at the end of the day, where we can't be is pointing fingers or making excuses about why something didn't happen. So I just toss this to you. With respect to these various areas, who is the leadership, and how do we ensure that these issues, supply chain, our apprentice programs, our facilities constraints, the incredibly important change management, the IT optimization, that all of this moves forward in a way that we have a chance of meeting our goals and objectives. It can't take a decade just to make progress on those issues.
And if I may add, President McCLAIN-HILL, it's also the compensation structure that is tied to the hiring process if we're going to really look at workforce development for the future, because we're moving into the renewable energy field.
Commissioner McCLAIN-HILL, I think you're absolutely right.
That question was to the general manager.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. And the points you made are very, very right on target. We have been working hard to grow our staff, and we have a long way to go. While we are growing our numbers, it's not near where we need to be, and it's a long and painful process. We do now have some light at the end of the tunnel, I believe. We have some, committed hiring in our construction forces that'll increase our numbers. We've committed to and are increasing our hiring of our utility pre-craft trainees. You mentioned utility worker program. These will provide more avenues for employment, both for folks locally and also to give us the staff that we need to start moving forward. We are working with Local 18 on apprentice programs for electrical work, which has been a troubling spot for many years, to try to shorten that process where possible, to try to shave some time off. One of the difficulties in the area that we have in some of these is that a lot of these areas have training programs that require a certain amount of time to get people to where we need to be. and so it's a slow churn. And so we are committed to trying to speed that up where we can, legally and within the industry standards. At the same time, there are a lot of risks. As Dennis noted, we have a lot of retirements. Just keeping up with retirements has always been a factor, and then trying to be able to grow beyond that. But our staffing needs greatly outstrip the rate that we're hiring right now, and being able to train people, have qualified individuals in these areas, which if we don't staff up, as has been pointed out, we're not going to meet the goals that we have. So we do have our new IT manager on board, who's closely working with the different systems to support their needs, grid electrification or the modernization, and what we're seeing on the grid. That program is moving forward. Power Systems made great progress, and I believe it's largely on track now. With Monique taking over our human resources function, we are working on both more local hires, as well as things we can do to streamline our programs, improve our training, to get people up to speed as quickly as possible, get people on board as quickly as possible. We are working with city personnel to look where there's roadblocks, particularly in classifications that only affect the department, where we could have some more control over executing how we get those people on board. There are classifications where we share those classifications with other departments. Those are a little more troubling because we don't have full control over changing job descriptions, or changing the testing methods or protocols. But you're spot on when it comes to the difficulties, and we've had a lot of plans and a lot of discussion, but we need to absolutely have to deliver in the next few months to really show a change. And we're going to have to break the mold. The regular civil service process works, but it's slow and it's cumbersome, and there's a lot of safeguards it provides, but at the same time, we have tremendous needs that I think we need to expedite and find every avenue to expedite bringing people on board. Even as we say, we've been growing, and we're getting to nearly as big as we've been before, but we have to increase beyond that. At the same time, regarding Dennis' talk about facilities, we are working on that whole issue of where to put employees, because it's not only space for employees, it's equipment, it's materials and tools for them to work with, and those are all part of the calculation that goes in to being able to staff up to be able to get the workload done.
But I just, again, I'm sorry to lean in here, but what you just said is the same thing you would have said to me a year ago, and probably what you did say to me a year ago. So just on facilities, I mean, with respect to facilities, we are crowded and outgrowing our facilities in a pretty significant way, in a way that will, that currently impacts operations, but will very significantly impact operations. We can plan, but we've got to build. And if we, and we can't, working on facilities, we've got to have a budget to deal with facilities. It requires either purchasing property or reconfiguring. And I don't know to what extent that is happening, and I want to know what is happening and what is planned and how that's going to work. With respect to working on hiring, again, we've been working on hiring, but the net as it relates to construction and crews has not been a significant gain, and in some instances it's been a loss. You're going to need to tell us how we're going to staff up, how we're going to achieve the staff in the time that we need to do this work, to do the work. And it can't be that we're working on it. Or you're going to have to say that we're not going to do it. But we've got to get really real about that. And some of this is of our own doing. I mean, to the extent we just, was it just several months ago, had such a crisis with respect to our supervisory staff and management that we had to secure incentives to keep people on the job while we try to execute this growth. So we were able to achieve that. But we've got to show progress and progress that is significant. And on the, we do have a new person who, Mark Northrop is here, and that's terrific. And I'm really happy about that. But the challenges that we have with respect to IT and IT personnel in particular have been here for the entirety of my tenure on this board. And we don't have another 3 years to make these changes. So we've got to internally prioritize what we're working on and how we're doing that work from a human resources and labor relations perspective to make sure that we get it done. And that's got to be on you. And the reason I say that is because we often have plans and everybody owns a piece, but nobody's responsible for the execution, for the actual achievement of those plans. So I'm going to be very curious as we move forward, which part of these challenges, we expect that we will meet, and by when, and how that relates to the work that we have to do. Because we can't stay in the mode that we are currently in. And with respect to HR in particular, I know that we have a very decentralized process, which I don't know is serving us well. Facilities, we say that our employees are our most important asset, and yet we're not investing in their work capacity in the way that we need to with respect to facilities and equipment. And I know we have a presentation coming up on the restack reconsolidation of JFB, but we've got facilities all around this community that are in dire need of investment, dire need. And then with respect to our work with labor, I just have to say that it is sometimes incredibly slow on our end, not just on theirs. And we've got to own that, get off the dime and get this stuff done so that we can move forward as an organization. I will stop talking on and let Dennis get back to his slides unless there's someone else that has something to say. Dennis, I'm sorry.
No, this is a very good discussion. Just to let you know, I'm looking at it with a fresh eyes set to understand what seems to be the problem. And I'm here to report you what we have to do to be successful. And as an engineer, I owe that to the board and I owe that to the department. And this is, again, it's not an easy task. It's a challenging task, but it's doable. For your information, when I was approached to do this job, to present and put it together, I did reach out to other utilities to understand how they're doing this, how they're dealing with this problem. And they too don't take a holistic approach that we are recommending here. I think part of the issue here, we recognize some silos. We cannot attack those problems in a vacuum. They need to be addressed in concert. And I think that's what we're trying to present here, a framework. How are we going to get there? Yes, I understand we should have done a year ago. Yes, I understand there are delays, but I'm here to let you know that we can still get there, but it will take a collective effort from management. Next slide, please. So these are the major stakeholders that we have in terms of making sure that we implement such plan. We have power system division. All the division head will be part of the discussion because each division is unique. We need to understand their concern, their problem, so we get to elevate that and design a plan that works for them. We talked about human resources. We need their input into the plan. We talk about office, diversity, equity, and inclusion. How do we ensure that the people we are bringing on board are reflecting the makeup of the city of Los Angeles? We talked about apprenticeship program. We need to hear from what seems to be the problem from their end. Labor union. We need to also have their feedback, how we get it done. Financial service organization will be key because as we develop the plan, we also have to ensure that the number we're coming up with is financially tolerable. We don't want to come up with a plan that is not realistic. We also have to talk with the Office of Accountability to ensure that they also provide the feedback. All of these stakeholders, I believe, we don't want to engage with them at the end. We have to engage with them at the beginning, throughout the development of the plan and toward the end of the plan. So we get to have that plan. We need that plan. We understand that it's been late, but it could still be achieved if we get the team in place. Next slide, please.
I would add technology to this, IT to that slide.
Okay. I would do. I think the first step for us is to ensure we have a steering committee that can provide guidance and strategic insight to ensure that we get it right. As I said earlier, this is a major endeavor, but collectively we can solve it. I'm optimistic about it. And the last part, we don't want to come out at the end to the Board of Commissioners that here's the plan, this is what we did. We also want to give you opportunity to give us feedback. So we believe that we need to have a regular update in this discussion to ensure that the various issues you talked about earlier, how do we address them collectively? And last, we believe that the first draft of the plan, based on our initial finding, understanding the urgency of such plan, will be no later by March 2022, I think Q2 of next year. In a nutshell, this is what we believe, that if we, engineer and power system management and staff, come together to develop a plan that ensures that we get to transition from now into the future with the right staffing, the right location, at the right time, we can deliver the plan. And that will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
We've got one more slide to wrap up both of these subjects. So in the same vein that Dennis has suggested, we think it will be wise for us to consider whether it's monthly or something similar, updates to this board on key topics. We had electric vehicle update last month. Later this month, we have, whether it happens later this month or next month, the energy storage presentation. And this will help all of us get feedback from the board and also provide updates to the board so that when we do select a path forward, we are doing so with a really strong foundation of all the key elements. Similarly, we may consider doing updates to council committee, probably less frequent and less detailed, but under the same subject matter. We also are proposing to give regular updates on some of the areas that we talked about today, which are really the common areas from LA 100. So the distribution investments, transmission investments, the local capacity investments, those need to happen regardless of the path forward that we take. We want to provide updates on that. We also would like to provide regular updates on equity strategies and, as Dennis said, on the integrated human resource plan. We're also proposing to replace the existing renewable portfolio standard board report, which is filed monthly to this board, with a LA 100 dashboard, which I mentioned earlier is under development and will be presented to this board before the end of the year. Included in that dashboard set, we intend to provide updates on our efforts to address some of these barriers that, if they don't go addressed, we won't be able to achieve those goals. One example of that is our transmission streamlining efforts. So we know that under existing transmission development timelines, that we won't be able to achieve the upgrades that we need to achieve unless there's action at the state level in order to facilitate that. Something similar to that will likely need to happen at the distribution level. Something similar to that will likely have to happen for staffing, and we do think it will make sense to identify all of those prerequisites or barriers, however we want to think of them, all of the things that we know that exist, all the barriers that we know that exist, that if we don't address them, we will not be able to achieve these goals. We would like to track our progress in overcoming those barriers, and include that in the dashboard set that, again, is under development and that we will present to this board. So that concludes our presentation, and we really appreciate the feedback along the way. And if there's any more questions, we're happy to answer them.
Well, I do have a quick question, and that is about this no regrets project streamlining needs and your assertion that you will need state action. I mean, again, this is something that, was on the, radar screen a year ago. And it was subsequently determined that we weren't in a position to actually identify in an actionable way what it is we wanted the state to do or needed the state to do. And that was a year ago. And I'm looking at your calendar and you have it down for December 2021, which means a year later. And given that, you're a year away from asking for anything. This is the kind of thing that confuses me because, when it says streamlining needs, what does that mean? What happens if you don't get it done? It's not something that this board or the city controls. And is there, in order to do what was at least contemplated, requires a very targeted, very well-developed, very sophisticated action plan that should already be underway. And you're a year away from anything like that, if it's going to happen at all. So I am just very concerned about all of the challenges that we already know about, that we do not have any coherent, organized response to. And continuing to work on the plan without getting to or making some key assumptions like that's not going to happen or this is going to happen. Just allows us to live in this bubble of possibility without a clear means of execution for much too long. And from my perspective, if we're going to get where we're trying to go, we've got to get into a real world actionable scenario very quickly. So with respect to the no regrets projects, are those the 10 transmission lines? Because that's what they were a year ago. Are they 10 now or less than 10? And when you say streamlining needs, what is that?
So I chose that as an example. There are, I believe, 10 transmission line projects that are required under any scenario that we need to get to achieve 100%. They are largely, the critical ones are in basin, so within or near the city of Los Angeles. And given historical transmission development timeframes, we do not believe, unless there's action to streamline timelines around CEQA and action at the governor's level to ensure that state agencies have a predictable time to review development around these projects, that we will not be able to achieve the transmission line upgrades in a time that would allow us to bring in the renewable energy to achieve these goals, let alone interim goals. So it's a long way of saying that.
Yeah, so this is critical, right? This is a critical path item without which we can achieve our transmission goals. Is that sum up what you're saying?
We believe, based on past experience, that is correct.
Okay. And as I recall, because again, the number's 10 that keeps being cited, I'm unaware of anything that is underway to get those 10 lines streamlined. And what I think the nuance of your answer or your response just now was that there are at least 2 or 3 within basin that are, of those 10, the most critical. Is that correct? Or is it that all 10 have to be done?
All 10 have to be done by the end of this decade. All 10 of them are within or close to the city of Los Angeles, so in basin.
So if all 10 have to be done within the decade, just that one critical path item, just that one, will require a significant undertaking of both resources, planning, and obviously some state action as you sit here today, within a decade. And as far as I know, we are nowhere close to addressing that particular issue. And every single month or year that passes pushes this further and further away from achievable. So this is the kind of thing that we have got to pull out and get very intentional about resolving, or acknowledge that we can't get there. And I'd like to see those items, the items that are critical path items that have to be achieved within a limited period of time that would otherwise take us, 10, 20, 30 years to achieve. We need to understand and highlight those items and know that we have some means for addressing them. We can't just keep having them live on a piece of paper if in fact they're critical path and they're that short term in terms of the glide path we have toward getting them ramped up and completed. How long would it typically take to do this work, absent some intervention?
I'm not sure if that was rhetorical, but in the most extreme example where we have to create a new transmission line, our most recent data point on that is 12 years for one new corridor. Now, these are not new corridors, but these are still, in many cases, substantial upgrades.
Well, no, I'm not being rhetorical. What I'd really like to understand is, are we trying to advance the timeline by 5 years? Are we trying to advance the timeline by 10 years? Are we trying to advance the timeline by 20 years? I do understand that they're not all new, but if you're asked, if what we have to do is do something more quickly than we would normally do it, for me, the context would be, absent the streamlining, how long would this take? Because those are critical things that we have to be able to lay out if we're looking for help.
Yeah, I don't have that information right now, but when we do update this board, we will make that clear.
Okay. All right. Are there any additional questions on this presentation?
I have two. Jason, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, bullet points, I think it was 2 and 3. Could you tell us what those acronyms mean, the ECCEJR and then the SLTRP?
Yes, my apologies. So the Energy and Climate Change Committee at Council is represented by the ECCEJR.
Okay.
So that's the Council committee that we would be proposing to provide updates to. The SLTRP is the long acronym for the Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan. So
Okay.
the power plan that we discussed today. So that's the acronym for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
Anything else on this item? Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and look forward to continued dialogue. We'll now move to item number, actually, it is 12:30. Is it, I think probably a break would be advisable before we go to the next two items, if that works for everyone. I was thinking 15, 20 minutes. Is that, commissioners, does that work for you, or would you prefer a different time frame?
I think 20 will work.
Okay, great. I know that Commissioner Lair is going to be coming back to the meeting a little late. Commissioner Neiman Brady, does that work? It turns out that we are, this is aligned with the break that Commissioner Neiman Brady needed as well. So,
So I just want to say that I have the meeting with the mayor at, and for the.
I understand. Yeah, so we understand that you'll be back after that. So why don't we agree to, let's say 25 minutes, just to give everybody a little time to both break and maybe grab a quick bite before we come back on. So it is now 12:35. Let's plan to reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We are in recess till 1 p.m.
Please remain silent.
This meeting is being recorded.
Madam President, we are recording.
Terrific. We are back in session. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Board President McCLAIN-HILL,
Present.
Vice President Reyes,
Present.
Come on, guys, I hear you.
Commissioner Jill BARAD-HOPKINS,
That cough will count as present. Commissioner BRADY-HOPKINS.
NEEMAN Brady,
Present.
Commissioner LEHRER,
Commissioner Lair's not yet returned. We have quorum. We will begin the next item, the JFB reconsolidation update. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Madam President McCLAIN-HILL, and good afternoon to Vice President Reyes and commissioners. My name is Mike Wooding. I'm the Director of Facility Services, and presenting with me today is Mr. Sammy Wong. He's our Senior Architect. So today we're going to give you an update on the JFB reconsolidation update. But before we go too far forward, we thought it would be important to take a couple steps back. So we're going to take a look at some of the building achievements, some of the historical, cultural designation aspects to the building, and also how we're going to integrate that and honor that moving forward. So some of the JFB recognitions that we would like to highlight is it is a historical cultural monument. It's certified LEED Zero Energy, Los Angeles County Green Leadership Award, and Los Angeles Better Buildings Challenge Walk the Walk Award. These are just a few of the distinguished attributes to the building. Next slide, please. So originally when we talked about this project, there was, Sammy had talked about this JFB project scope. So we talked about a LED lighting retrofit, HVAC repair, fire sprinkler alarm, ceiling tile replacement, bringing the restrooms up to code, and a core break room in order to centralize break facilities and create an open space plan. Next slide, please. So some of the things we've come across during the planning for this project is there's some significant issues with above the ceiling and in the actual floor in regards to asbestos. So right now we're in the process of bringing on some asbestos consultants to give us some ideas on how to best manage the asbestos issues within the building. Another thing that we need to bring certain aspects of the ceiling system up to code, which is going to require some seismic upgrades. We've had some issues in the past with some of the exit signage, and we're looking at making fire life safety upgrades, inclusive of replacing the exit signs in the building. And anyone who's been in this building long enough knows that there are periods of time where the AC system isn't working optimally within the building. Sometimes it's a little hot, sometimes a little cold, so we're looking at making some improvements to the AC control systems upgrades. And in addition to looking at some electrical panel upgrades as well. But next slide, please. But before we dig into those details, Sammy's going to give us a little bit of history on the building and how its importance to the city and the architectural aspects of it. Sammy, take it from here.
Okay, thanks, Mike. So, as we juggle all this infrastructure work that Mike just mentioned here, as architects, we kind of get into a lot of more details as well. So as the project progresses, I kind of want to share with everyone what's the direction of the design and generally how those decisions are being made at this time, right? So when discussing this topic, we usually reduce this to likes and dislikes, and it's often a subjective topic. Well, one of the goals today that I want to bring to the table is that I want to bring some objective principles to an otherwise subjective topic, as I just mentioned. So when I say that, every building has a design, every design has a story, and this story just happens to be at JFB to be a modern one. So I'm going to touch on modern architecture. So what is it? Why is it important, and how are we going to achieve it? So as we go through this, what is modern architecture? So if I explain modern architecture, I have to contrast that with classical, right? So to the left there, that's a Roman temple built in 300 AD. And to the right, we know that's JFB as a modern building. So as I deconstruct this classical architecture, you've got basic elements. You have columns, walls, you have a pediment, and then you have a strong base. You know, this is all carved out of stone. Some of it is block stone, travertine, right? The feeling that you get when you see this type of building, walk through it, it's got so much weight to it, right? And it brings a form of strength and represents power and order. This slide right here is a design that Thomas Jefferson did when he was governor of Virginia. It's the state capitol, built in 1788. So you can see that same element, the columns, the pediment, the strong base. And in fact, what he did was he mimicked this from the slide I just showed you, which is that Roman temple. So this architecture can be seen directly across to City Hall, right? So, you know, this is kind of a hybrid design of Art Deco, but if you look at this base right here, this represents a lot of strength. It's got like these strong columns. It's got the articulation of the tops here with these little curls. But in general, when you walk through this base in the entry here, what you're seeing is a lot of concrete block, columns, arches. There's just a weight to what's being expressed architecturally. As you walk through the halls, you get that same feeling. The rotundas fully decorated with mosaic tile. You get domes at the top here. Very intricate details, very decorative. You know, you see the marble here, it just goes up 20 feet high. And then you get the chandelier, which is really decorated as well. This is City Hall as we see it, right? So as you get into a little more detail, you get City Council. You get this wood ornamentation, a lot of fenestration with the detailing of the molding. You get this mosaic tile pattern and flooring. It's beautiful. So from the period of 1600 to 1900, 300 years, it's become one of these elements that we've kind of adopted over American culture. So, you know, this is what you could classify as American colonial architecture. You get the same elements. You get the pediment, you get the column, right? You get the scale of this, the weight of this. It represents strength, power, order, right? So this predominantly became the vernacular as we know it for houses, churches, and government structures. So this period from 1600 to 1900 is what we used pretty much like a blueprint throughout a lot of their institutional buildings. So interior-wise, this is kind of what you're seeing, you know, a lot of woodworking, a lot of detail, ornamentation, beautiful woodworking.
This is Commissioner Neiman Brady. Hi, Sammy. I appreciate the reflection on the various stages of different building structures and the historical context. But I think it'd be helpful if we could move towards more of the relevance to the JFB. And I'm assuming you're trying to make the point that you're trying to maintain the design and whatever needs to be done within JFB. But I think we can move to that more expeditiously, please.
Okay, thanks for that introduction. Next slide is along came Mies van der Rohe. So in 1947, he coined the phrase "less is more." So what does less is more mean is that there's a strength in minimalism in this architecture. So he's a pioneer of a modern architecture. and one of the founders of it. So as I show you this example right here, this is a Barcelona pavilion, one of his key projects built in 1929. And so the adjectives that I'll use to describe this architecture will be precision, restraint, clarity, reduction, minimalism, simplistic, and it's controlled and it's intentional, right? So as you look at these slides that I'll show you quickly here, that's kind of the idea of it. So some of the elements that you get in modern architecture is that it's an elevated massing of structures. You see the same travertine that I showed you on that Roman temple and how it's carved differently and just shaped, and it's elevated over materials. Or it's the innovation use of materials is one of the other elements, and it's floating over water, right? Interior-wise, the principles of modern architecture here is that there's an extreme emphasis on the horizontal. Reason for that is that you get this expansive feeling of space. And then there's a generous use of glass, which then creates this fluid idea of space as well. So the open floor space plan is working with the relationship between site and building, which is like a connection between outside and inside. There's a visual clarity of what the structure is. So a column is minimalized here and is less bulky than you saw in the traditional Roman column. So what that means to JFB. So this right here incorporates all of those principles that I just mentioned to you in modern architecture, right? It's got the clean lines, generous use of glass, expansive space, structural clarity with the columns. Again, you have elements, again, of the principle, innovative use of materials. This is, we all know this is granite stone stairways. Before this time period, it didn't float like this in the air until it was suspended through cable. You have horizontal elements. The minimalization of the columns here, if you see it in JFB, is darkened in this onyx tile just to make it disappear. So when you see on the outside, you just see this horizontal effect of the building. The building, similarly, it kind of floats over the water, right? So it's the idea of innovation. So I try to establish what that modernism architecture is, and the next few minutes I'll explain why is it important to JFB. So in September 2012, the City Council designated JFB as a historic cultural monument through the submittal of LA Conservancy and the recommendation of the Cultural Heritage Commission. So, you know, as owners and tenants of this building, I think it's important for us to be stewards, responsible owners, and not just for ourselves, but to the community. So I think we need to preserve some of those modern principles. So what it means to be a historic cultural monument. It's not just because the City Council said so. It's actually because the Cultural Heritage Ordinance requires, it meets 3 criteria, and I'll just quickly go through the criteria of what that is. So the first criteria is that the building reflects a significant cultural, economic, social impact to history of community, state, and our nation. So that criteria is the first criteria that it meets. And so JFB is forever a symbol of social and industrial progress. In 1964, BWP was the largest municipal utility in the nation, serving 2.4 million in the population of LA. So that's 1 year before this building was opened. It established itself as the largest municipal utility company. The architect historian Art Hess, who's the historian for the LA Conservancy, recognizes JFB to be one of 8 most significant modern buildings in LA and its neighboring cities. So to quote Art Hess, he says in his report to the Conservancy, quote, the exponential growth that started in the 50s culminated in 1964 when California became the largest state in the union at 7.5 million. Its aerospace, oil, electronics, tourist, and entertainment industry dominated the nation. Its economy became one of the largest in the world. Its fashions, fads, and culture spread throughout the country and the world, unquote. So what are the other eight between that time period of 1960 and 69? Some of these you recognize, some of these you may not. So within that 10-year decade, Art has classified JFB to be a part of this family of significant architecture in LA. So this being LAX Theme Building, the Music Center across the street, Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena, Century City, the Hotel Plaza. This is the LA County Art Museum before it was remodeled, the TRW Space Park in El Segundo, and the Xerox Building in El Segundo as well. So there's a broader community that this building is a part of and it represents. The second criteria requires that the building is associated with a master builder, designer, or architect. In this case, the architect is Albert Gary Martin. As we know him today as A.C. Martin and Partners. So this is the body of A.C. Martin's work here, or highlights of it. So we have JFB, you have the Arkell Tower Plaza, which I'll speak to a little bit about the corporate international style. You have the Baldwin Park Broadway Plaza building, which actually became the first auto mall in America, anchored by two department stores, the May Company at that time and Broadway. You had the St. Vincent Church Cathedral by West Adams District. You have the Union Bank, which was the first high-rise, or one of the first high-rises that actually broke the 150-foot limit that City Hall put into place. And you have the Bank of America. You have also the May Company, Wilshire Building, and then you have a Sunkist headquarters in the San Fernando Valley. So this JFB is part of the A.C. Martin family of buildings. The third criteria is that the building embodies a distinguishing character of an architectural type inherently valuable for a period style. So that period style being the corporate international style. So what is that corporate international style? I'm going to use this example of Chase Manhattan Bank in New York. It's in Lower Manhattan, and it was the first corporate international style building that was built in Lower Manhattan. And this building was built in 1961. So a few years later, obviously we have JFB. So the principles here that I'm going to explain to you apply to JFB. So when you look at this building on the exterior, is a precision of a modern machine, is a stark rectilinear form, and it has a structural clarity to it, right? If you key into this bottom photo here at the lower left, or I'm sorry, lower right, this is very similar to JFB. So in the interiors of it, you have this flexibility set up with the same movable partitions. You have the recessed lighting to kind of emphasize the expansive space that we talked about earlier about the horizontal massing. And then you have an order of desk, right, and arranged in precise rows, which basically gives you the sense of efficiency, right? The upper floor right here, this is actually Rockefeller's, David Rockefeller's office space, right? So this is his lobby. And you kind of see a piece of his desk right here. So what is this? Even though it's more comfortable, it's still arranged in a precise way on that grid. And it shows a sense of restraint and precision, right? Spare decor. So what does this all mean? This means that there's a unity between the exec working class here and the bottom here, right? So the interior suggests a tight sense of structure protocol and a seamless efficiency from top of corporate ladder to bottom. So this is where you get this idea of what corporate means, right? In DWP, where core business is engineering for power and water, I think that same imagery, same idea of structure protocol and efficiency applies as well. So, you know, basically what I'm trying to tell you here is design, if done properly, it'll serve a purpose and it'll communicate that idea of that purpose effectively. The design, if done correctly and properly, will also create a positive change and inspire how we function. So that's why. That's kind of why we need modernism in the building. This last set of slides, I'll explain how we're going to implement this. Right? So we'll implement it into workspaces. We get into the details. So this is the open space plan of how it originally was. Open space plan concept really never changed, except it looks a little bit different. But what it does foster is a sense of collaborative teamwork, team building, right? This is the current standards as we apply it right now. I think I showed this slide the last time we were here. We currently have a 65-inch high panel, and if we apply this for all our associates and not the office space, this is kind of what we get. It's not that open. So I'm simply bringing this up because we're in the process of changing the office standards, and that's where we're going to implement the change here. So if we're not careful, we're going to end up with this pretty quickly, right? Which is isolation, people just kind of working in their cubes and not that much teamwork and collaboration. So this slide right here is the emphasis that I'm going to try to show you in the next few moments here, which is the main workspace right here. So this main workspace is a couple of exercises that we did to kind of look at the office standards as we apply it. So as we go forward, what we want to do is lower that panel to 50 inches, and we've had success over this at Fig Plaza, where when you sit down, you do get that privacy, but when you're standing up, you're part of a bigger community. And then on the sides, we'll lower the panels to maybe 42 inches. And then these are just going to be some before and after renderings. I think I presented this the last time to kind of drive home the point of having a more open floor space plan. All right, this is the other view, looking towards the glass. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes here to kind of discuss this photo, right? So this photo is actually one of my favorites, right? So if you think about a building, right, these buildings, a building is no different than a person. It has a face, a back, and a side. So these two buildings, City Hall and JFB, right here, talk to each other. The face each other. And what this kind of photo tells me a lot is there's a relationship between the site and the building, not just the building that stands alone, but it answers again to a bigger area of a community. You have, you know, arguably the two most important buildings in the whole city here. You have, and the reason why I say that, one represents government, which is City Hall, and the one represents water and power. And one can argue that a city cannot exist without any one of those two and what they represent. And then you have everything else in between here. Okay, so as we explore open space plans, how we're going to execute this is as we get off the elevators, we'll try to put the collaborative spaces here as we get off, and then we'll have the City Hall framed as a reference point. Again, that's a relationship that I talked about earlier in the elements of site and building and how it relates to a bigger area, a bigger community. The next few slides right here will talk about how we're going to execute the exec office areas right here. So if you remember how I described it the last time, the north and south ends will be the exec offices, second level supervisors, and higher, right? So this slide is originally what the building was designed towards with AC Martin. This is actually a photo of an exec office in JFB, right? So if you can see what I just kind of described in terms of the principles here, you've got restraint, order, precision, and efficiency, right? People look at this and they kind of think, well, that's kind of simple, right? But when you look at the detailing of this kind of wood, it's not that easy to do. I mean, you have to kind of figure a person has to select this wood. It's going to be matched. There's no knots here. They kind of put this line straight across in alignment. It's not that easy. You can ask any cabinet maker about that. You've got an order to the office, right? There's a restraint about it. There's a control about it. Right? This is just an image of a color photo of what the new modern material will look like as we kind of move forward. You know, we get the wood paneling. We have glass, cleanliness of the space, orderliness of it. This is the offices that we're looking at in terms of, again, its openness. I don't want to get too caught up in this furniture setup right now for the first level supervisors, but we're working on that standard. And so this is a catalog of what we have in JFB over time. You know, so as the building aged through 55 years here, it just became an eclectic collection of different styles. You got traditional, you've got contemporary, you've got redwood here, mahogany. You've got again, you have some contemporary looks here. So as we go through that whole row that I just kind of showed you with the exec offices, we're proposing to kind of bring it back to that modern or mid-century look. That mid-century look being this office right here that's been preserved. And this is the only office I can think of that kind of kept this look. And it's one of the water managers. I think it's Dave Pettijohn's office here. And you can see that original furniture is something that is elegant. It's got the metal legs. It's got that wood top. The only thing that I'm proposing to do differently here is kind of make the wood a different, more modern color, which is kind of this gray, darker wood in the building. So the right picture here would be the setup to mimic what the building originally was, to preserve that look. And then you can see the elegance of the credenza here, right? It's not just a credenza that sits on the floor, but it's actually elevated. It looks like it floats, right? So chairs, again, the guest chairs for the exec will have this idea that it's elevated. There's an elegance about this bucket seat sitting on top of a star base that's silver. That's some of the details that I kind of wanted to share with everybody here today in terms of what we're looking at in terms of bringing the building back into this preservation of a mid-century modern look, why we're doing it, and how we're executing it. Next couple of slides, we'll talk about project schedule. So I understand the directive here being that we want to shoot for the goal of having 4 floors built in a year. So I put these next 2 slides together to kind of figure out how we're going to accomplish that, right? So I looked at 1 floor in 3 months. I was a little bit reluctant to share that because as I kind of describe this one, you'll know why. This one is built around 2 floors in 6 months. So all these activities that you're seeing right here, this is 1 through 43 activities. This is the move out to Pacific Stock Exchange for all this work to start. So if you remember, we're moving 1,094 employees out of JFB so that we could clear floors in order to start this work. So this building at Pacific Stock Exchange, which I'm also managing, is slated to be final completion of October 29th. And so I've allotted myself about a month to actually adjust the IT servers there and do some connectivity. And then this is the actual activities every single person, or actually every single group that's moving over. So within this time frame, we're looking at clearing out the building come March 9th. So after March 9th, what does 2 floors in 6 months look like? So 2 floors being built in 6 months. Here I've pretty much just identified JFB, the 6th and 9th floor, but this could be really any number, right? So it's for 2 floors to happen, we've got to basically start looking at the core as a separate project. So this section right here are all the activities that need to happen in order for the core restroom and the break room in the middle of the building to be completed. You know, starting from demolition to removing of the ceilings, the abatement of the ceiling and the walls, and then tiling and so on and so forth. So starting from March 9th, this is when this starts happening here. The main floor, the way we're planning on doing this is we're going to basically do a demolition, clear out the entire floors, and then start abatement. As Mike kind of alluded to, we're going through a lot of the weeds right now in terms of what that takes in terms of abating the building. There's challenges about working through a historic building that has a historic ceiling system that we're not going to just scrap. So we're trying to figure out how to carefully remove that right now. There's a mock-up being done on the 6th floor, and we're trying to figure out how to clear that window for an abatement contractor to come in to clear that ceiling. So say that this activity happens after this, then we'll split the floors between north and south and have 2 crews go at it in terms of getting it accomplished. I should also mention that the other thing that we're doing on the 6th floor shortly, I want to say in the next month or so, we're doing mock-ups of all those little detailed furniture pieces that I showed you on so that we can get buy-in from the staff and also management on the look of the building. So going back to the schedule here, I just want everybody to be aware that when you construct this type of schedule, there's something called sequence, right? So what I mean by that is before you start abating here, I'm kind of keying on this activity, you got to demo first, because you can't have certain activities without demolition first, right? So that's how you construct a schedule. So you abate after you demo, right? So then after this, then you can start construction. And then you can do general construction, and then you can lag a couple of days after the general construction and chase that general construction part with the electrical, install the fixture. So the thinking behind this.
Sammy, I understand that you have a number of additional slides just on schedule, so you're getting really into the weeds.
Right, right. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Mike.
Okay, so just briefly to just to touch base, just spend a moment or two talking about what Sammy just showed us, and I think what we're trying to demonstrate here is that this building has a significant historical context, and anything that we do to this building, whether it's mandated by the historical cultural monument rules or the planning department, that we need to honor the history of this building. And we thought it would be instructive for everyone to have a little bit of background as exactly what that was for. And Sammy, thank you for the detailed schedule. I'm gonna bring it back to a little higher level as far as getting through the project on a piece-by-piece basis. So as Sammy mentioned, we're looking at getting PSC finished, ITS relocation in 2022, CSD in February of 2022, and looking to start construction in March of 2022. So if we, there's been some discussion at different pacing on how this is going to happen. At 4 floors per year, we would be at September of 2025 for a completion date. So next slide, please. So we're looking at the feasibility of completing 4 floors in 1 year. So that's predicated on a number of things. It's going to be resource availability, the ability for us to move people around within the facility in order to give them adequate workspace. Obviously, as everyone sees in the news lately, there are some supply chain concerns that have been popping up in the economy lately. So we need to make sure that we have the materials that are available for us. As Sammy indicated, there are a lot of preliminary construction activities that have been identified. We need to take a look at resource loading in the sense that we need to resource load the schedule. So what that means is that we need to calculate the number of labor hours in order for each one of those tasks, and then start to schedule the work to get through to meet the demands of the schedule. So some of those things, you can't put an unlimited amount of people on a project. Obviously, you have some constraints with supervision, the amount of hours in a day that they can work, and then we need to summarize all that to create a baseline schedule so that we can get a realistic view of exactly how we're going to get this thing pushed through. And as in any construction project, the stuff is subject to changes. So some of the resource pools we're looking at right now to execute the project is going to be power construction maintenance. We've been working collaboratively with PCNM to identify the trades and the exempt employees that will be utilized to execute the project. Facility services, obviously with Sammy's involvement, the design, project, and construction management. We're also going to be providing some supervision resources as well, and some civil service trades, particularly the mechanical trades with air conditioning mechanics and things along those lines. Brian Wilbur has graciously offered his data cabling group to assist us in getting his newly acquired data cabling group to assist us in getting that work done. I'm looking forward to working collaboratively with him. And then some of the things we think that might make sense to contract out would be obviously this is a very large commercial asbestos abatement group. The PCNM insulators haven't done any large scale abatement projects along these lines, and we're working with asbestos consultants to identify the best available resources, and whether that be internal or contractors, to do the work. But there's some innovative asbestos abatement techniques that are being used that our guys aren't necessarily familiar with. You know, one of them I thought was particularly interesting is they actually come in and basically put like a shower pan inside the building and pressure wash all the asbestos off of the ceiling, and then they pump the slurry down. So that was one of the recommendations, but we're looking at additional ones as well. So one of the things about you know, obviously we need to relocate the occupants and do some soft demolition. The historic ceiling grid removal, as Sammy mentioned, on the 6th floor, we're going to do a mock disassembly. It's not going to be a mock disassembly. We're going to actually disassemble a piece of the ceiling grid because no one's done it before. We haven't found anybody in the building that has even removed as much as a light fixture yet. So we're looking to get that done so we can get an idea to start to assign some time frames and some resources to that part of the project, which is a significant part of it. The asbestos, obviously, the asbestos abatement and HVAC duct reinstallation. We also talked about, as I mentioned earlier, some HVAC controls upgrades. Next slide, please. So then from there, we would move on to light fixture reinstallation, LED lighting upgrade, exit sign, firelight safety, smoke detectors, things along those lines in order to get that part of the project done. As I mentioned, Brian's going to take care of the data cabling for us. The core upgrades, we need ADA compliance in the restrooms, the break rooms. We mentioned centralization, which I think not only helps us from a building operations perspective, but also creates a communal environment for employees to gather and to break bread together. Elevator floor lobby needs to be done, so that'll be done by facility services and PCNM. Carpet and the flooring tile would be done by facility services, PCNM, and then we're looking at furniture installation via contract. And one of the reasons I'm considering that is because although our employees can assemble furniture, I think it would be their resources would be better used doing the more technical stuff that's building specific, so that they would be able to utilize their skills there, and we can have a contractor come in and rather than spend much time doing that. So one of the challenges is to get how many floors can we get emptied out. One of them is going to be discussing how are we going to get people out of the building or relocate them within the building. I know one of Sammy's folks, David O, is working on a series of strategies to move people within the building while keeping two or three floors vacated. But we still, once we get the schedule developed to get a resource loaded and we get an idea of exactly how it's going to go day to day, we might have to take the opportunity to get additional people out of the building. So one of the things we've been looking at is doing a pilot telecommuting study. So we're going to start with a small group of people and just do a quick study just to see how it would work logistically with a small group. And then as if in the event that we need to actually have more people rather than rent additional office space, we might put them on a telecommuting plan on a temporary basis. So some of that would include, obviously, we're going to need to get engaged with Local 18. We need to establish some hoteling standards, collect some data on work efficiency, morale, see if it actually works for the small group of people, make adjustments, and then formalize the scale for a larger one should we need it on an interim basis. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, we would need to identify the amount of vacant space and IT requirements to drive the scheduled project, the schedule phase by phase. We'd also need to identify the employees who are willing to hotel or telecommute. Enroll employees in the program with the sunset clause. After the space is completed, the employees would be transitioned back into their new refreshed workspace, and then we'd repeat that for each phase for groups of employees that we needed the additional space for. So project risk and mitigations, obviously any construction project is going to have some unforeseen issues. I mean, we didn't really give a lot of consideration to the asbestos abatement part of the project until in the last year or so, and now we've been focusing on that, trying to identify exactly how that's going to impact. But you know, those can be addressed through adjustments and scheduling adaptations. Resource shortages is another project risk. So we're going to continue to work with PC&M for additional exempt resources as needed. We also have additional facility services resources we can take from other operations. Push comes to shove, we find ourselves in a pinch. We can look into contracting additional work, and there's also the use of overtime is an option as well. So the next step is what we're looking to do next is we're going to refine the scope of work and finalize the resource loaded schedule. So we're going to work collaboratively with PC&M. We've already had some conversations going back and forth on how many people we're going to be doing this and how many we're doing that. But we're still kind of figuring out exactly where that needs to be. A lot of that's predicated on the asbestos abatement. We're developed a detailed scope of work for estimating. We're waiting for the asbestos contractor consultants to come on by and give us a couple more ideas to make sure we're actually heading down the right path. Get the work package created, get the final floor layouts to LA Department of Building and Safety so we can get the process of applying for permits. As Tammy mentioned, we also need to update the 2009 Department Office Standards. And then we're looking at codifying our building architectural themes so that when we do additions and we add furniture or we do, you know, whether it's the cafeteria remodel or if it's the auditorium remodel, that we stay true to the architectural themes of the building, not only for in my tenure, but for those tenures in the future. Next slide, please. I think that's it. So
that's it.
Okay, if there are any questions, Sammy and I are here to address.
Terrific, thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, I want to say thank you for this presentation, and I very much appreciated all of the background and detail, particularly with respect to the architectural significance, cultural and architectural significance of this structure. A lot of things were conveyed, relayed, discussed. From my perspective, among the most important is this building exists because it was paid for by the citizens of Los Angeles. And in addition to our need to conserve and protect it based on its architectural and cultural significance, I also see it as a significant investment that we are the stewards of, and see it as our duty to protect, to preserve, to enhance this incredible public investment. It is also, we look across the nation and across the globe at areas of significant architectural interest. And it's easy to overlook that which is right underneath your nose. However, I invite all of us to take a moment from time to time to just look out the window, to gaze down at City Hall, to see Grand Park, to look over at the Disney Center, to appreciate the Dorothy Chandler and Music Center complex. We sit in an incredibly important, beautiful, and significant space, and we hold our own every single day that we are here. I told one of our team members up here that this is what winning looks like when you look out that window. And I very much not only appreciate it, but feel privileged every day that I walk in. And we want to reflect that back to the community as they walk into our building. I look forward to seeing additional iterations of our planning that includes our public spaces, not just the private spaces. This building was once a mecca for the community, and I look forward to it returning, our being able to open it up and share it with our neighbors and with the citizens that paid for it. The significant auditorium downstairs and other meeting areas and public spaces are areas that we should be greatly investing in. Finally, two other points. As we indicated earlier, facilities are of significant concern, not just here, and this is a unique situation, both as it relates to support of our employees, but also as it relates to much larger principles of heritage and conservation. But we have a number of facilities. I visited the Trouble Board last year, and in speaking with our labor partners who indicated that they could get behind and fully support collaborating with us on this refurbishment, restack, and remodel of this building, or a refresh of this building, they pointed out that they would very much appreciate some attention in equal measure paid to other facilities and name check the Trouble Board. So I want to put that on the table and on the agenda, and to indicate that I will be looking forward to some planning around, some investigation and planning around that facility as well in the short term. Also, I'm curious about the water moat. It has now been not in operation for a very, very, very long time. Could you please give me a status in terms of what's occurring?
You want to pick that, or I can pick it?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So currently the contract is being administered through WET's water system by the architect Jensen Wu, and we received 2 bids, and we're currently evaluating the 2 bids before we award it, and we're looking to, if everything goes well, issue the notice to proceed so that they can start beginning of next year. 2022.
So you're telling me that I mean, how long has it been out of operation? Because again,
it's been out of operation for a couple of years at least. Part of it was that we're looking at litigating because it was at the tail end of a warranty period of 10 years. And so we went into legal action, or some legal action with our city attorneys, and we found that it'd probably be best to have just move on. So we didn't do maybe work for about 8 months on that job, just because we were trying to figure out whether or not it was worth to litigate. But once we determined that it wasn't feasible, we pushed our efforts to design it, hire outside company to research the best material. So what you're seeing out there, that membrane is no longer the design of choice here. We're going to go with a liquid applied. So we talked to different manufacturers. We work with pool experts on that. And so it's going to be a spray-on that's going to be layered, which in my opinion is probably the right way to do this. So everything's in place for us to go full forward next year.
Well, I think it's important to note too that we're also going to be making the repairs to the fountain apparatus, upgrading it to LED, color changing lighting, and the things along those lines to give it a full turnkey approach. And there are also, you know, smaller attributes, smaller the projects that we're adding to the building. As a matter of fact, I think at beginning October 20th, we're going to be closing the podium plaza level. We're going to, for the first time in quite some years, we're going to be doing window washing and pressure washing the bottom of the MoSI panels, which are the bottom aggregate sides of the building that you see that extrude out the cantilevered sections to bring some of the color back in that, so we can give that building a refreshment in that respect as well. We're also looking at upgrading the exterior perimeter lighting around each one of the floors that you see. They previously were lit at night. But we're looking, and those haven't been operational for quite some time. But we're looking at getting LED lighting upgrades to those as well, so that we can bring this building back to where it should be.
Yeah, we've been looking at a number of these things again for a very long time, and it would be useful to get beyond looking at, to get to executed and done. So as we continue to monitor this, would you please add that to your report back?
Absolutely.
On the status of these projects and when they will be complete. It again seems like a small thing, but as a business, we have got to be able to execute on multiple things across multiple business lines at the same time. And I will be looking forward to the day that we can participate in the light shows that take place when the city is acknowledging significant events. I will be significantly looking forward to the day when the actual floating above an element is restored to the building, and was unaware of a halt in planning related to some consideration of litigation, which surprises me. So I'll be following up on that as well. Are there any other questions, comments?
I have a question.
I have a comment,
McClain.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS.
Yeah, I like the idea that the building floats on the water. I hadn't really made that connection before, but I understand what that means now. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of Renzo Piano in the museum in Paris, where he's got water outside. And you do have that feeling that you're kind of moving up and you're floating up. And I like that connection, that symbolism. What I wanted to know is, where will the management offices be? Will they be still in this main building, or are you moving them to the new building that you're doing? And will management, such as the general manager, have input as to what their offices look like?
Sammy, you want to take the first part of that?
Yeah, so yeah, I wish I could pull up the drawing back again, but so what we designed in the open floor space plan, we're maintaining the second level supervisor. So in JFB, so power and water exec will stay within JFB. The general manager's office, the commissioner's office will stay on 15th floor. It's just a reorganization of them on the space itself. So the offices for the execs would be pushed towards the north and south ends of the building, which will allow the middle section, the main part of the building, to breathe better with the open floor space plan.
So in short, yes, the general manager and the senior management will stay in JFB.
Okay. And then what about their input as to what their office space will look like or feel like?
Do you mean furniture and design, the kind of furniture, that sort of input, Sammy?
Yes.
Yeah, so what we've done here is we're going to create a new office standards that will try to implement that mid-century modern look that I just presented to you. So within that frame of mid-century design, there may be certain styles that execs can choose from, but we're really trying to control that style within the building and make it consistent with the architecture and also the preservation, as I explained it to you in the presentation.
I think, Jill, that the goal is to have a selection, but within a certain within certain parameters. So you can't, you won't have the capacity to decorate with any furniture that you like, but there will be the, several options within the frame of mid-century modern.
Right. But some of that mid-century modern that you showed, it looked a little bit like the Comfort Inn to me. I mean, it just didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you.
To the Comfort Inn, but I mean,
Right.
it didn't have
Right.
that the
Right.
feeling that this was, a supervisor or general manager, someone with some, some clout. It just didn't have that feeling to me. Maybe it was a little too stark, too plain.
Okay, so like I said, I'll be creating a mock-up of what this will be, and I'll get everyone's buy-off before we go to the next step of purchasing all this.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
So I think a lot of this is going to be seeing is believing, or not.
And you haven't been back to the building lately, Jill. Some of this is being implemented in commission offices already. So you'll get to see there is an executive level mid-century modern that I think will meet your standard.
Okay, good. I mean, I like modern, but I really do. But some of it is a little bit too, I don't know, not up to what I think our standard should be.
Sammy, you've got a challenge. So thank you. And obviously, this is a topic that we will continue to revisit. I think that we are in agreement that the building is, and that walkthrough in terms of citing it, both in its historical and relative significance vis-a-vis other structures in the city and structures beyond the city was really very helpful. There were a number of things about it that I didn't know either, so that was terrific. That family of 8 buildings in Los Angeles was really very interesting. I don't think of JWP in the context of the airport or in the context of the Arco Plaza, which may now be B of A Plaza, and some of the other buildings. So that was really very helpful. And I'm so familiar with AC Martin as a company that you forget the significance of the original Albert C. Martin as an architect. So these are really important things for us to remember. And as I say, I'm privileged to be inside the building, and I, want our workforce to be equally, prideful of the place that they work and the significance of this location to the city and the history of Los Angeles. And it is certainly fitting that the department be in a structure, given its significance to the development of the city, that is meaningful and powerful and forward-looking and modern, and marked a real departure from what existed at the time. So very excited to see this move forward. Commissioner Reyes.
Commissioner McCLAIN-HILL. First of all, thank you for the team for making this presentation. I too like modern, but for me, you are creating a place, not just a design. So I am very curious as to how the public, how this building, once the restacking is done, the reconsolidation, and all those design elements that you mentioned, is there a plan to make it more welcoming to the constituencies and the general public? Because that building is one of the methods that we can use for expressing the mission of LADWP.
Sammy, you want to address that via the lobby, the final plan for the lobby area?
Right. So, yeah, we kind of touched on a couple of things. So the three, if I can reduce the 3 public areas down to the lobby, auditorium, and the cafeteria. There are plans to kind of open that back up to the public, I think. So in the lobby, that area that you see as offices, which never was supposed to be offices because there are 20-foot high ceilings in there. The air conditioning doesn't work well. There's acoustic issues, heating and cooling problems. That is just going to be removed. So those folks are moving out to the Pacific Stock Exchange beginning of the year. We're going to just open that back up and just try to maybe recreate that as a public space, potentially have I don't want to say a ballroom, but like a gathering area, if you will, for just having presentations, similar to kind of what we do in the Exec Conference Center on the 15th floor. Maybe we can move that downstairs. So I can see that really working. When we have grand events, you can turn on the fountains, light it up, and just make something special out of that. In terms of the auditorium, I think it's correct to say that if we do it right with technology, bring it up to state-of-the-art type of a venue, I don't see why we couldn't open it to the public and let them use it. No different than the Ron Deaton space. And then in terms of the cafeteria, we do have some thoughts about repurposing some of the rooms in the back area, reducing the kitchen size because there's no longer a full vendor here to kind of serve the cafeteria food, and then maybe add some training rooms in the back, and then just make it more useful for our employees.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Reyes. One of my early introductions to the department as a physical entity was through meetings held in the Crenshaw DWP meeting space. And, well before I ever walked into this building or any other DWP facility. And so I think it's critically important that we recognize that, again, as a publicly owned facility and as a publicly owned utility, leveraging our resources in a way that serves the public should be what we are, even our physical resources like this office building, as something that should be at the forefront of our mind. And in addition to the spaces that you mentioned, we have a number of meeting spaces and conference space, downstairs in this building, all of which is underutilized and requires, significant upgrade. But we should think about that both from the perspective of how we use that space, but really from the perspective of how we leverage that space as a community asset moving forward. If there's nothing else on this item, thank you, gentlemen. And we can move now to the last management report. Responding to a motion by Commissioner NEEMAN Brady. On the general manager's contract authority. Who's making that presentation?
I will be making that presentation. This is Erin Henning, Director of Supply Chain Services. So thank you very much for having me today. Commissioner NEEMAN Brady, as you mentioned, did ask specifically what the difference was between personal and professional services. In addition, there were some questions about the general manager's contract authority. So I'm going to address both of those today. And Commissioner NEEMAN Brady is correct. There is no specific definition in city documents on the difference between personal and professional services. In the procurement world, those two terms are used interchangeably. So if you see either one, they represent one or the other. LADWP's practice is that personal service contracts are those contracts that are awarded on a basis of an evaluation. And it has subjective criteria instead of just low bid or low cost. And there are persons involved that might have specialized skills, knowledges, or technical capabilities to perform the work that we are looking for. Next slide, please. So Commissioner Neiman Brady did ask that we put forward a recommendation to define that term more specifically for the purposes of LADWP. So my recommendation to you today is that we define personal services contracts that are services not procured on a low bid basis and procurements that would qualify for a request for proposal solicitation method. So this would cover anything that was competitively procured. It would not cover things like single source contracts that would still come up to the board. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on the GM's authority. If you remember I'll remind you if you weren't here, back in 2018, in the beginning of 2018, the LADWP went forward to the City Council to amend the admin code. The specific section is 10.1.1D, whereby we increased the general manager's authority, not for personal services, so that authority still is $150,000, but it went up to $5 million a year, and those are for goods and materials. And that's what we've been operating on since about mid-2018. Next slide, please. So part of that amendment required that the department report to City Council on a quarterly basis. So I've rolled up all of those reports for you here so you can see what it was prior to the ordinance change and then what it has been going forward. You'll see in the second row that ordinance got changed in April of 2018. It went into effect of May of 2018. So at the very end of fiscal year 17-18, you start to see a shift in the number of IFBs that came up to the board after that with a higher level contract authority for the general manager. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the GM's awards since 2016. Contracts were typically on a 3-year cycle, so you'll see it traditionally would go in a bell curve starting in 16, 17, and you see it goes in a curve up to 19, 20. And so one of the other things we did was extend the board's authority out to 5 years to also try to flatten that curve on the board side. And then on the RFP side, you can see the number of RFPs that have been awarded under the GM's authority has significantly decreased over time due to some management change and the fact that the dollar authority did not increase. Next slide, please. And on the board awarded summary, you can see with that GM change up to $5 million that it went dramatically down on the number of items that you see coming to the board that are bid on a low-cost basis or request information for bid. The RFPs, they're pretty consistent. There was a spike in 1920, and I wasn't here prior to 18, and the data is not really thorough before then, so I don't know if it's on a 3-year upcycle like you saw with the GM's authority, and so we're monitoring that going forward. But those items as well is we had a system outage where we lost access to our external facing website in 2019, and we saw some of those items because we went to an all manual process start to push out into 19 and 20 for award purposes. Next slide, please. So I was here about a year ago going over the procurement timeline, and so these are the average processing times that we talked about at that time. And so I just wanted to demonstrate for you the amount of savings that we've occurred just by increasing the general manager's authority to $5 million. So if you look at the first 2 rows on this table, you'll see the difference between the GM's authority and the board's authority. The number of days it takes staff to process is 104 days difference. Next slide, please. So I took that 104 days over the last 3 years, with the number of procurements we had between 150,000 and 5 million, which is the new increased dollar value for the GM, and multiplied that out. And in 3 years, we saved over 92,000 days. And that equates to just taking one person's salary, the average being $35 an hour. That's $26 million that we've saved in staff time processing. I think the dollar value was much higher, but on a simple straight line, one person at $35 per hour, you can already see the significant difference that has made to improve the processing time for GM awarded IFB. Next slide. So I took that same model and ran some data just for last fiscal year. If the GM's authority was up at $1 million, we would have had 13 RFPs that could have been processed under his authority, and that would save, 3,500 days saved, or just less than $1 million. And then if that authority was up at $5 million, like the authority for IFBs, we would save another $1.3 million or $2.3 million just for last year. Next slide, please. So my recommendation here, based on the data that I've showed you today, is to increase that general manager's authority to $5 million annually and increase the duration up to 3 years for all competitively solicited contracts. So this would be anything that's competitively solicited. That would include, it would be the same threshold for invitation for bids, for RFPs, any government contracts. As long as it was competitively solicited out in the public, that would meet this definition that I'm recommending. Next slide. So the next steps would be the approval of the definition of personal services, and we would draft a resolution with the city attorney's office and bring that back for the board to approve. Or if the board is willing to entertain increasing the GM's authority, we would not need to even define what personal services are, because his limit would be up at $5 million for all contracts that are competitively solicited. And in that case, we would have to amend the admin code by drafting an ordinance with the city attorney's office, and that would have to go all the way to city council for approval.
And does it stop there? Once you have city council's approval, it is deemed approved?
That is correct.
Effective?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And is the next steps then to do these in parallel, because you don't know if the city council will ultimately approve it? So do the first thing at minimum?
Absolutely, we could do it in parallel. The board approval of the personal services definition obviously would go much faster, because that's at your discretion on when it gets calendared. And then it should go a little bit faster than the last ordinance. I think the last ordinance took 2 years to get approved. My guess is you could get it approved in 6 months or less with the help of the city attorney's office, because we're just amending what already exists today. We're not, it's not a huge change to the admin code.
It seems as we struggle with hiring employees that this is a great way to free up employee time and to alleviate a little bit of the burden, as well as the fact that the limits are so minuscule and still in there for the general manager, and there seems to be many mechanisms.
You're correct. And there was a survey done of other utilities and our peers back in the 2016 timeline. And Dr. Pickle might have better information than I have. But the mean authority that the general managers could approve at our peer utilities was in the $5 to $8 million. That number has only increased, and we're currently doing a survey with all Western utilities, except it got postponed, and so we won't actually see that data back until November. But we do believe that it is much higher at this point. So those are all I have today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any additional questions or comments?
This is Fred Pickle. I have a little bit to add to Erin's comments. The original authority for this was part of the development of a charter amendment in 2016, and the recommendations out of the Council Rules Committee for that included a number of recommendations for the charter amendment, but also included recommendations independent of the charter amendment. And those recommendations independent of the charter amendment were included the change in the GM's authority. And that was the basis for the change to the administrative code. And I'll add that the survey that the OPA worked on, it wasn't 5 to 8. It was, we didn't find any investor-owned utility that had a level of GM approvals or CEO approvals less than 15 million. And given the DWP among the 185 investor-owned utilities in the U.S., DWP would rank, last time I checked on the power side alone, 14th. And if you count the power revenues or water revenues in with the power revenues, they'd be 7th or 8th. So the 5 million level is ridiculously low, and 15 is really a minimum among that peer group, and DWP is near the top of the scale for that peer group. And this is similar to what I've said in the past, and I was criticized for suggesting authorities of even 5 million. Bear in mind that DWP's annual budgets are 7 to 8 billion per year. Labor carries about a third of that. That leaves about 5 billion of spending that needs to be managed during the year. And if you look at that, that's 400 million a month. And with a $5 million authority, that's like a family budget of $5,000 bucks. And having a family meeting for anything under $2 that takes 120 days or 100 days to approve. So these levels are
I was waiting for your observation on this, Dr. Pickle. I wondered how emphatic and colorful you would be. So thank you for that.
Yes, well, it really is the level compared to $5 billion a year. It's like a family meeting for $2. So,
are there any other comments on this item or questions? I have a couple. So in light of Dr. Pickle's comments, I wonder if we might not want to take, a bigger bite at the apple and achieve a little more than what is suggested here. If we're moving forward with a 5 million overall, I wonder if we might want to consider something around 10 million on both sides as opposed to 5. I'm certainly prepared to go to 5 million. I think one of the issues around this sort of thing is just public accountability. And I believe that we are measuring accountability in the wrong way. We're spending way too much time looking at the specifics of relatively small contracts and not enough time looking at the overall achievement of goals and objectives. And so we're managing almost to process as opposed to results. With greater authority, does come the accountability for greater results. And that's really where I'd like to see us function and focus our attention. So I'm open to moving on this item. And I think at this juncture, it's really a matter of what instruction we want to give staff with respect to what to bring back. And I just want to be clear that these steps outlined, Aaron, would result in, I guess what I'm interested in is the most expeditious path forward toward increasing the general manager's authority across the board with respect to competitively bid items. That's sort of my inclination here. And I'm interested in hearing from other commissioners on this point.
I just want to add, Cynthia, that in my experience, our limits are rather low, and I am fully supportive of raising them. I had a higher level for much less position than general manager when I was at Edison for these types of contracts that go through solicitations or for goods and services. But the question really is to the team, what is feasible to get approved without any challenge? Because we do want to get something approved and we don't have to keep going back to the drawing board. So I encourage that we try to push the limits to where we think we can, but I am supportive of this increasing because this is minuscule levels, and I think there is plenty of oversight for these areas. So I am supportive of
that. Are there any other comments?
I'm supportive of it as well, but I also am looking at 10 million. And the reason being is because we're going to be in an era where we have so many investments that we're going to be doing, and all of the contracts that we'll be looking into for the SLTRP, our water infrastructure and all that. So I am for efficiency and savings that Erin has highlighted before us. So I support the 5. I also support increasing it if that is, if my fellow commissioners has that appetite to do.
Just a question. Is it, so this is an ordinance coming back to the, a draft ordinance coming back to the board, I assume, is the way that this would move forward. So why don't we look at, Joe, is that correct?
That's correct. So you would, it's only council that can enact the ordinance. So you would be presenting a recommended ordinance to council.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we look for a draft ordinance coming back to this board that both defines personal services and also that would amend the administrative code to increase the general manager's authority to up to $10 million. If we, what I'd be interested in seeing is the potential to pass an ordinance here that would enable the city council to increase the general manager's authority to something less than 10 if it deemed that more appropriate, as opposed to an absolute 10 number, but at a minimum 5. And if you could, I mean, I would just challenge you to think about how we might be able to place that in front of them in a way that would streamline the action so that we don't find ourselves in a position where we approve an ordinance at 10 and find that they're unwilling to do that, but are willing to do 5. So if we could perhaps make that happen, that would be great. And have that come back to this board within 30 days.
May I comment?
Yes.
That's raising the level to a family meeting equivalent to $4.
Understood.
I would suggest at least 15. That puts it at the minimum of investor-owned utilities, and professional services at either 5 or 10.
Tell you what, why don't you work with the city attorney's office to present an ordinance to this board that would be optimal, and we can consider it at that time. So rather than our putting constraints on what that ordinance looks like, let's see an ordinance for this board, or a resolution for this board that would make a proposal to the council that would optimize the authority that the general manager, authorize the general manager's spending authority, or optimize the general manager's spending authority. And that way we don't have to work it out at the dais. It would be terrific if the department would come back to us with something that we can consider and move forward to City Hall.
Right, because, correct, Commissioner, at that time, it would be a item for discussion and consideration as well. So
Yes.
any commissioners can make any amendments, suggestions to amendments that they like at that time as well.
Okay, that's terrific. So if we would certainly like the ratepayer advocates input on this item, and look forward to considering it at a meeting in November. Okay. All right. If we've got nothing else on that, no, I'm just moving from reports. Thank you. No problem. I know I've been pretty off today. So we have no filed items. We have minutes that are recommended for approval, and I understand that we will take these in 2 different tranches. Commissioner NEEMAN Brady was not present for the August 24th meeting, so she is not eligible to vote. Is there a motion for the approval of minutes for August 24th?
So moved.
I second.
Terrific. Would you please call the roll?
President McCLAIN-HILL,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
She on mute because I can't hear her.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS,
Yes. Aye.
3 ayes.
Terrific. Then that those minutes are approved. We now will take up the minutes for September 14th. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second?
President McCLAIN-HILL,
Aye.
Vice President Reyes,
Aye.
BARAD-HOPKINS,
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady,
Yes.
Terrific. So those minutes are approved as well. And that concludes our agenda for open session. We have 2 items, it appears, for closed session. So we will go directly into closed session at this time.
At this point, we will recess in a closed session, and in accordance with California Government Code Section 54957.1, we will report any final actions taken therein. Commission President, what time would you like to convene closed session at?
Directly into closed session. So 5 minutes?
That'll put us at 2:40, so we will reconvene in closed session at 2:40. We are in recess.
Thank you.